Good evening and welcome to the June Board of Adjustment meeting. My name is Amy Sherpin and I am the chair of the Stearns County Board of Adjustment. I call this meeting to order. Please rise if able for the Pledge of Allegiance. The roll call of members: Barry, Rob,
Present.
George,
Here.
Michael, John, Dave,
Here.
and I'm here. Please place all electronic devices on silent. All comments and testimony shall be directed to the chair. All persons providing information must state their name and address for the record. The meeting will run as follows. I will read the variance request, which will open the public hearing. While I'm reading your request, the applicant or their representative or representatives should come forward and have a seat in front of the board by the microphone. Environmental staff will review the staff report and any correspondence has been received regarding the request. The applicant and or representatives will state their name and address, provide any input, corrections, concerns, comments, etc. Board will discuss the request and ask questions of staff or applicants. Upon completion of board questions, I will ask if there is anyone in the audience wishing to speak to this request. If there is, that person should come to the podium, state their name and address for the record, and give their testimony. When all testimony is complete, I will ask the board members for a motion to close the public hearing. No further input will be taken once the public hearing is closed, unless recognized by the chair or if one of the board members is seeking clarification. The board will review, discuss, and vote on the findings of fact. The findings are a series of questions that the board is required to answer based on Minnesota statute and the requirements of the ordinance. All questions must be answered in affirmative by the board in order to grant a variance request. First agenda item is the Adams Family Trust. Yes. Oh, oath of office, sorry. Yep.
I, John Wicker, solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Minnesota, and that I will faithfully execute and discharge the duties of the Board of Adjustment in the County of Stearns, Minnesota, according to the law and the best of my ability and understanding. I recite this oath as part of the proceedings of the Stearns County Board of Adjustment meeting on June 12, 2025.
Thank you, John. All right, our first agenda item is the Adams Family Trust. A request from the Adams Family Trust, Madison, is it Georgia? I hope I have that correct. From section 9.99A of the Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance number 439 to construct an 832 square foot residential dwelling addition and a 320 square foot screened porch addition less than 30 feet to the right-of-way of a private road easement. Said ordinance requires a 30-foot setback to the right-of-way of a private road easement. Affected property is Lot 3, Block 1, Coronis Park, Revised Plat 2, Section 21, Painesville Township. Property address is 15962 Lake Coronis Road, Painesville, Minnesota. Which board members were able to visit the site? Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
George?
No.
Dave?
No.
Mike? John? And I'm a yes. Now we'll ask for the summary and findings from staff.
Thank
Staff
you,
report.
Madam Chair, members of the board. A little background information on the property. The applicants own Lot 3, Block 1 of Coronis Park, Revised Plat 2 on Lake Coronis in Painesville Township. Coronis Park Revised Plat 2 was platted in 1983. The applicants purchased the property in 2020. The tract contains 20,174 square feet, or 0.46 of an acre, in lot area, per the certificate of survey provided with the application. The property is in an R1 zoning district. Some history on the property: the existing 1,620 square foot residential dwelling with attached garage and screen porch were permitted and constructed in 1991. Per the Stearns County Assessor's records, an 80 square foot shed was added to the property in 1994. The applicants are proposing to construct a 26 by 32, 832 square foot residential dwelling addition and a 10 by 32, 320 square foot screen porch addition on the south side of the existing residential dwelling. The property is in the Shoreland Overlay District of Lake Coronis, classified general development. Coronis is on the list of impaired waters for fish bioassessments and mercury in fish tissue. The existing impervious lot coverage is 24.3%. The proposed impervious lot coverage will be approximately 24% with the removal of the pavers on the property as noted on the certificate of survey. The proposed residential dwelling and screen porch addition would represent a 30% deviation from the required setback. A replacement subsurface sewage treatment system design that was completed by a licensed septic designer has been submitted with the variance request. Paynesville Township, Coronis Lake Association, North Fork of the Crow River Watershed District, Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, and property owners within 500 feet have been notified of this request, and we have not received any correspondence with regarding this request. Thank you.
Applicants, if you could state your name and address.
My name is Jill Adams, address 15962 Lake Coronis Road, Paynesville, Minnesota.
Michael Adams, also 15962 Lake Cronus Road, Paynesville, Minnesota.
Any comments at this time for board or questions from the board?
I got a question for staff, just clarification. So the request says this is a private road, is that correct?
Madam Chair, members of the board, this is a private road easement, correct?
Okay, and the county has an ordinance that says you have to be 30 feet, the structure has to be 30 feet away from a private road. Is that the side of the road or the right of way, or what is it?
It's 30 feet from the easement or 63 feet from the center as traveled, whichever is more restrictive.
Okay, thanks.
Any board questions?
Yes, Madam Chair. We're talking like 7 feet? Is that the?
8 or 9. 9 feet. Yes, that is correct. 9 feet.
Thank you.
Board members have any questions?
I do. Or the applicant, isn't there a screen porch on the house now?
Yes.
What's going to happen to that?
Well, in the same front of the house where it is, we're going to demo that and build the addition out in its place and throw effectively the same porch on the front of the new build. So it's just pushing out the new build towards the south side in the same line as the existing house.
Yep.
And so in the same amount of distance from our driveway, which is this private road, that the existing structure is. So it's not getting any closer to our driveway than the existing house.
Do any board members have any questions for staff or applicants?
No, it'll be demoed, and so that the new build can accept. We're basically doubling the size of the existing livable space of the house, adding to the front of it, which will require us to demo the old porch on the front, because that's where the new construction is gonna join to the old house. And then we'll throw a porch back on the front, again.
Okay, thank you, understood.
And it'll effectively bring what is underground now in our existing structure, it'll bring it out into a walkout kind of basement onto the front yard underneath the new porch there.
Just a question for you guys. What's the need for a new porch?
To accommodate family, there's only 2 bedrooms, and there's a loft in the back half of the structure. And she has a large family here in Minnesota. We have friends who want to come visit us from Georgia in the summers, and we don't have enough bedrooms for people to be able to stay and visit at the lake, even for a weekend. They have to come for a day and go stay somewhere else because we just don't have enough bedrooms. It's just too small of a place for our family.
So the addition that you're putting on, can you clarify what that is? Is it just a bedroom or?
It's so on the main level. If you can go, yeah, that plan, that'll be the main level. So if you can see the old area, that's the basement. So the old area is the utility room and a bedroom and bathroom down in the basement, and that's it. Then in the front, we're going to add 2 more bedrooms and a bathroom, down 1 hall and a family room, great room, TV room, whatever, to be able to have people gather down in the basement level. And then on the main level, before, we just have what is effectively the new kitchen, and the kitchen used to be a galley kitchen. But anyway, so and our master was down where the walk-in closet will be now. So now by extending it out, we get to extend our master suite a little bit larger, have a larger kitchen, and have a living room as well. So our old house just has what is going to be the kitchen. In our old house is the only place to hang out if we have her whole family of 20 people there for a holiday or something. There's one place to hang out in the entire house, and this will add obviously more space at the main level, and a designated master bath separate from what is now a shared bath. Like if someone sleeps up in the loft up top, they would have had to come down and share a bath with us in the master. Now we'll have separate ones, and then of course add 2 more bedrooms in the basement, and we're going to wall off the loft in top, so it's more private for an actual bedroom for someone.
Thank you.
Chair, question for staff. Is the existing structure, as it is, within 30 feet of the right-of-way?
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the board, the existing structure is at that same distance of 21 feet.
I wouldn't want to travel on it in the winter.
On the driveway?
Yeah.
Well, luckily the 2 neighbors on each side, even when we're not out there because of the split time between here and Georgia, one of them saws it, one of them blows it, and so they take care of it, when we're not there.
Does the board have any more question or clarification at this time? Barry? No. Rob? Mike?
No.
Everyone's good?
No. Sorry. No question.
All right, well, at this time, I will ask for public testimony. Does anyone in the audience have any public testimony? Anyone in the audience have any public testimony? I will ask to close the hearing. Can I get a motion?
Madam Chair, I'll move to close the hearing.
George, can I get a second?
I second it.
Mike, final discussion, if any. Does anyone have any other questions? All right. I will take a vote to close hearing, so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Announce, public hearing is now closed. We are going to proceed to the finding of facts questions. All right, question number 1. And this variance is to request to construct an 832 square foot residential dwelling addition and a 320 square foot screen porch addition less than 30 feet to the right of way of a private road easement. Question number 1. The proposed use is allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located. Yes or no? Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes, R1.
George?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. Dave?
Yes, additions, decks like this would be typically allowed.
Who am I missing? Mike?
John
John.
is a yes also.
John. All right, number 2. The variance will be in harmony with the general purpose and the intent of the official controls of any related ordinance. Yes or no? Barry?
Yes.
Do you have a reasoning, Barry? Okay. I'm going to move on to Rob.
I'm teetering on 50-50, but I'm going to say yes, being that the structure is already there at 21 feet.
You want to piggyback with?
Shore living policies, number 1, limit.
Just wait. That's okay. George?
Yes, the same reasoning that Rob mentioned. It already exists. It isn't going to get any more out of compliance.
Okay. Mike?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. John?
Yes.
Dave?
I'm also a yes, just given the existing placement that's always been discussed.
I'd also like to add to that, there is no objection from the township either. All right, number 3, the variance will be consistent with the comprehensive plan, yes or no? Barry, now you can.
Say yes. If, there's no impact on additional shore or anything, but it's just the same.
Okay, Rob?
I'm going to say yes under living goals number 3.
George?
I'm going to say yes under Lakeshore Living Policies number 8. The second bullet talks about projects that maintain the neighborhood's residential character.
Mike?
Yes, for the same reasons I've heard.
I'm also a yes. John?
Yes, in agreement with George.
And Dave?
Yes, I would concur with the points that have been made.
All right, number 4, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner, yes or no? Barry?
Yes.
If you could give one.
Well, the project's gonna, it's number 8, under 8, number 2, it's gonna maintain a residential character, and I looking at it, what you're trying to do, I think it'll be, it'll add to the value of the neighborhood.
Rob?
I'm going to say yes, and plus the fact that they're going to redo the septic and remove impervious cover. So I think it's good all the way around.
George?
Yes, having an additional bedroom and a screen porch is reasonable.
Mike?
I vote yes, or mention yes, with supporting housing options for these people.
I'm also a yes. John?
Yes.
And Dave?
Yes, for reasons stated.
Number 5, the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner, yes or no? Barry?
I vote yes. Based on all the information that's brought forth this evening.
Rob?
I'm going to have to say no, because They probably didn't know it, and that's probably the realtor's fault, that the structure is too close to the right-of-way, too close to the private roadway when they bought it, but when you buy it, you own it. So I'm gonna say no.
George?
I would normally say no, but since it's already constructed and they're not gonna change the footprint of it, I'm gonna say yes.
Mike?
Yes.
I'm also a yes, but I'd like to add that the location of this is very unique as well. So, John?
Yes, due to that they're not encroaching any more than what the existing structure already is.
Dave?
Yes, it's always difficult when you purchase something and you want to make an addition or changes. So I'm going to say yes. They're not getting any closer, and it's pre-existing to their purchase, I believe.
Number 6, the variance if granted maintains the essential character of the locality, yes or no? Barry?
Yes, it does. I would go with, I go back to it maintains the character of the residential neighborhood. That's
Rob?
bullet 2, number 8.
I say yes, once construction is completed, you're not gonna notice a difference unless you're really looking for it.
So I'm just going to add to this, it's a very minimal traveled road, so adding this, no one's really going to notice. So I'm a yes. So George?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
And then I need John
Yes.
and Dave.
Yes.
All right. The need for variance involves more than economic consideration, yes or no? Barry? Rob?
Economics are not part of the equation.
Are you a yes or a no? Okay. George?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
I'm a yes. John?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Staff results? If all must be answered affirmative to grant. Okay. So can I get a motion to grant this variance?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the request.
I'd second that, Madam Chair.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Sorry. Any opposed? And then the variance has been accepted.
No, I just didn't know that you could do that verbally as a group.
Oh, maybe my bad. Did I jump the gun?
Is it a roll call vote, or is it? Okay. No, I'm a yes.
Okay, okay. All right. Good luck. All right. Moving on to agenda item number 2. A request from Ronald and Martha Bundy, St. Cloud, Minnesota, from Section 6.21P of the Stearns County Subsurface Sewage Treatment System Ordinance Number 422 to install a replacement subsurface sewage treatment system sewage tank less than 75 feet and subsurface sewage treatment system soil treatment area less than 100 feet from the ordinary high water level of the Sauk River classified agriculture along this segment. Said ordinance requires a setback of 75 feet for a sewage tank and 100 feet for a soil treatment area to the OHWL of a river segment that is classified agricultural. Affected property is part of Government Lot 1, Section 35, LaSalle Township. Property address is 32467 County Road 1, St. Cloud. Which board members were able to visit the site? George?
No.
Dave?
Yes.
Mike?
No.
John?
No.
I'm a yes. Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Can I get a staff report?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Some background information on the property. The applicants own a meets and bounds tract on the Sauk River in Lee Sauk Township. The applicants purchased the property in 1986. The tract contains approximately 4.97 acres of lot area. The property is in an R1 zoning district. Some history on the property. The existing 5-bedroom home and existing subsurface sewage treatment system were permitted and constructed in 1986. In 1994, a 340 square foot deck was permitted and constructed on the riverside of the residential dwelling. The applicants are proposing, and they're working with a licensed septic designer to replace the existing subsurface sewage treatment system on the property that is currently non-compliant with Minnesota Rules Chapter 7080, the state septic system code requirements. The licensed septic designer has stated the only location for the new system is where the existing system is currently located. The design specifies removing the existing sewage tank and replacing it with a new one in the same location, also digging out the existing soil treatment area and replacing it in the same location. As I stated, the existing system was put in 1986, and with that permit, if you will look up on the board, you will see that that specifies that it was 100 feet from the river at that time. Now, we don't know if the river course has been changed since then, or if it has been, or if we tend to measure a little differently right now. We measure to the top of the bank of the river now, and that what they're proposing is going to be 60 feet from the river, from the top of that bank. Now, there's about a 25-foot segment from the top of the bank that goes down to where the water is today. So that would put us at roughly 85. So it could have been a scenario where the river has just really moved 15 feet. So that's what they're looking at doing. The property is in the Shoreland Overlay District of the Sauk River, classified agricultural along this segment. The Sauk River along this segment is on the list of impaired waters for PCBs and mercury in fish tissue. The proposed subsurface sewage treatment system location represents a 20% deviation for the required setback to the septic tank and a 40% deviation from the required soil treatment area setback. Lee Sauk Township, Sauk River Watershed District, Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, and property owners within 500 feet have been notified of this request, and there have not been any correspondence.
Thank you. Applicants, if you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Ronald Bundy, 32467 County Road 1.
Martha Bundy, 32467 County Road 1.
Are you,
My name is Keith Holman with Holman Biz LLC. I'm the septic designer and contractor.
you're probably going to have to repeat that.
My name is Keith Holman with Holman Biz LLC. I'm the septic designer and contractor that designed the system replacement.
Thank you. Questions from board members?
Yes, I just want to clarify that the existing septic has been, disqualified or is non-compliant, and you're replacing it exactly same spot with something that is compliant. My wife and I have kind of outgrown our property, and we were getting ready to sell. And part of the selling is that the septic system has to be up to code, has to be approved so that we can get on the MLS or we can sell it to somebody. So Mr. Holland here came to our house last fall, and together we were out there. He was digging, I was kind of watching, and found out that the top cement cover was actually crumbling apart and falling in. And I'm not a professional, but when I can see a hole in your septic, I know it's time that it's gonna fail. And so, we waited until spring when everything could thaw and we could get to this point and, see where we needed to put a new septic system.
Madam Chair, does the, to put a new drain field where the existing one is, does that require a significant amount of removal of soil? Or how does that work? Like is there a certain depth you need to go to or to? Okay. All right, thank you.
I have a question, maybe it's for the contractor. It was mentioned that there's nowhere else this can go. Isn't this property 4.97 acres? It's my understanding in a septic, you're supposed to put the drain field on undisturbed land.
Madam Chair, members of the board, if I could offer some more information. If you look at your map there, all the area that you're seeing shaded blue there is floodway. Septic systems cannot be put in floodway, so that's eating up 3/4 of that property. And so really their only option is to go in that same location. Now what they will be installing there is what we call a type 3 system, meaning it is not being put on original soils. So they're going to dig out the old system and any contaminated soils that are there, and then they're going to bring in washed sand to replace that contaminated soil so that they have 3 feet of dry material to treat that septic before it gets into the groundwater.
That's exactly
And a
what I
type
wanted to
3
know.
system
Yes.
is allowed by ordinance.
Thank
That's
you.
a good question, George. Thank you.
I guess that was kind of part of mine too. I mean, 4 feet, is that enough? I mean, given the proximity to the river, I mean, is going down 4 feet, is that adequate for the contaminated soil
Yeah,
removal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, he's going to dig down to wherever he finds contaminated soils,
Okay.
and then they're going to place 3 feet of clean, washed
Okay,
sand.
all right, got it.
And the state septic code says it takes 3 feet of dry material, in this case sand, to treat that and take out all the pathogens, the bacteria, all that kind of stuff before it gets into the water table. So yes, it will meet the state code
Got it.
requirement.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Board members, any more questions for staff or applicant?
Madam Chair, I have a question for the applicant. You own 2 properties?
Our brother-in-law, at an earlier time before we actually even owned the place, had plotted out some area for him and his wife to live. The only thing is, where he plotted it out, I think is down in the lower level, and wouldn't have been suitable to build anyway. So it says we have 2 properties, but it's actually a smaller segment inside the larger area.
But then you're, in the staff report, 4-point-some acres. Some of that is on the other side of the road too, right?
Yes, it is. County Road 1
Yeah.
runs right through our property, and we are so proud of that.
It was there when you bought it.
Yeah, I know, but rinky-tinky shape than it is today. You guys developed it really well.
And there's talk of doing some further expansion of County Road 1?
Madam Chair, members of the board, so I had a conversation with the County Highway Department because we thought we could, they're actually going to be more further away from the road than they need to be right now, right? Where the right-of-way is and their center line setback where they're proposing. They technically could move it probably 4 or 5 feet closer to County Road 1. But when I had a conversation with County Highway, they said, please don't do that because we're going to be widening that road. And so they said, please have them put it exactly where the other one was. So that came directly from County Highway.
Any more questions for staff or applicants? Okay.
No.
Okay.
So I have a question for applicant, Madam Chair. The discovery of the non-compliant septic tank was discovered upon your attempt to prepare for sale?
That is correct.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Rob?
Yep.
Gary?
No.
Steve?
Nope.
All right. Moving on. Is there any public testimony? Any public testimony? Anyone wishing to speak? Right. I will ask for a motion to close the hearing.
Make that motion.
Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
Is there any final discussion before we formally close this hearing? All right, I'm going to ask for a vote to close the hearing, so all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Public hearing is closed. We will proceed to the finding of facts. All right, moving on. Question number 1. The proposed use is allowed in the zoning districts and with the subject property is located, yes or no? Dave?
Yes, drain fields are allowed.
Mike?
Yes. It's going in the same, no harm, no foul.
John?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. I'd like to add to that too, at one time, you know, back in 1986, when it initially was installed, it would have had met those requirements. Barry?
Yes. for
Rob?
Same reasons.
Yes.
George?
Yes, based on the general purpose and the intent, but there's no other option here.
Moving on, number 2. The variance will be in harmony with the general purpose and the intent of the official controls of any related ordinance, yes or no? Dave?
Yes, it is. As was stated, it's a new drain field in the exact same place. So, yes.
Mike?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. It is the only spot on the property, and it initially had existed there prior to, as it was installed in 1986. Barry?
After visiting property, yes, that's where it needs to go, I guess, the way it looked to me.
Rob?
Yes, one of the goals is to protect groundwater, and that's what they're doing.
Yeah, you're doing it.
George?
Yes, I would also like to mention under living goals number 3, supports housing options that give people in all stages and all economic means visible choices for safe, stable, and affordable homes.
Okay, moving on. Number 3, the variance will be consistent with the comprehensive plan. Dave?
Find it. Let me apologize. I gotta scroll back. I don't have a copy of it.
I can circle back, Dave.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to be a yes with living goals number 3 and water resource policy number 2. Barry?
I'm a yes with living goals number 3.
Rob?
Yes. Nature goals number 1, preserve, restore, and protect important natural systems.
Dave, are you ready?
Yeah, well, for the reasons you stated, yes.
Okay.
Good.
Mike?
Yes, for the same reasons.
John?
Yes, for the reasons stated.
And George?
Yes.
Okay, number 4, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner, yes or no? Dave?
Yes, they're consistent. It's the same location. It's a reasonable request.
Mike? John?
Yes, use doesn't change.
I'm also a yes. Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
Yeah.
George?
Yes.
I would like to add on to that, that this is the only place on the property to place it. Number 5, the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner, yes or no? Dave?
Yes, has been discussed. It's the only place it can go for a variety of reasons, so, it's a unique situation, given the proximity of the river, so it's a good solution.
I'm gonna add to Dave's here with the river has changed over time, so that would make it unique, so the measurements probably wouldn't be right nowadays. Mike?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
Yeah.
George?
Yes.
Number 6, the variance if granted maintains the essential character of the locality, yes or no? Dave?
Yes, it does. Again, it's the same location as existing.
Mike?
Yes, it's actually a big improvement.
John?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
Yeah.
George?
Yes.
And number 7, the need for variance involves more than economic consideration, yes or no? Dave?
I would say yes. It's, obviously they're looking to sell, but, the failing drain field is a risk to the river, and again, the only place they can do it, so, I would say, yes.
And I'm gonna add to that with economics were not discussed. Mike?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
Yeah.
George?
Yes.
Staff report results, all must be affirmative to grant. Motion to grant. Can I get a motion?
I'll make the motion to grant.
All right, Mike, can I get a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second it.
By Rob. All in favor? Say
Aye.
aye. Opposed, say aye. Variance is granted. Good luck.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairman and Board.
Okay, now we're going on to number 3. All right, agenda item number 3, a request from Shane and Tiffany Himsel of Avon, Minnesota, from section 6.21P of the Stearns County Subsurface Sewage Treatment System Ordinance number 422 to construct a 10 by 25 deck less than 10 feet to the subsurface sewage treatment system sewage tank and less than 20 feet to the subsurface sewage treatment system soil treatment area. Said ordinance requires a structure setback of 10 feet to a subsurface sewage treatment system sewage tank and a 20-foot setback to the subsurface sewage treatment system soil treatment area. The affected property is of the southwest 1/4, a southeast 1/4 of the part of south and a half, a southwest 1/4, except for the railroad right of way, and the part of the northeast 1/4 of the northwest 1/4, and the part of northwest 1/4, oh boy, and northeast 1/4, except the railroad right of way of section 19 St. Wendell. Hoofda. The property address is 12902 Norway Road, Avon, Minnesota. I'm gonna take a roll call on which members visited site. Mike?
No.
John?
No.
I'm a yes. Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
George?
No.
Dave?
Yes, and I did speak with the applicant.
All right, staff report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Some background information on the property. The applicants own a meets and bounds tract in St. Wendell Township. The applicants purchased the property in 2018. The tract contains approximately 125 acres in lot area. The property is in an A40 zoning district. Some history on the property. In 2017, a 30 by 106 agricultural accessory structure was permitted and constructed. Then in 2019, a variance was granted and a construction site permit was issued to construct the 30 by 94 residential dwelling on the property. A subsurface sewage treatment system was permitted and issued for the system that is currently installed there as well in 2019. The applicants are requesting to construct a 10 by 25 deck, 1 foot from the sewage tank and 12 feet from the soil treatment area. The property is not in the shoreland overlay district. The existing impervious lot coverage for the property is less than 1%. The proposed deck location represents a 90% deviation from the required sewage tank setback and a 40% deviation from the required soil treatment area setback. An alternative that the property owners would have would be to construct a patio that is on grade in that same location, because patios do not have to meet the required setbacks to the septic tank and drain field. St. Wendell Township and property owners within 500 feet have been notified of this request, and there were no correspondence that were received with regards to the request. Thank you.
Applicants, I'll have you state your name and address.
Tiffany Hemsel, 12902 Norway Road, Avon.
Shane Himsel, 12902 Norway Road, Avon, Minnesota.
Do any of the board members have any questions for staff or applicant? I have a question for you. There's a lot going on here, so ideally, what would you like to see? Like make things nicer?
Yeah, originally we had our home plan to have a deck built on it. We built right before COVID. Contractors couldn't get us some materials. We ran, prices skyrocketed. And then the contractor we originally had planned to do the deck backed out totally because COVID and everything like that. So we waited, tried to, see how everything played out, and got us to, our original permit expired, so we applied for a new one, and, that was when it got brought up, no, you're too close to the septic, so we started taking a look at it and ultimately got us here today.
Thank you for clarifying.
I have a question for you. You've got 125 acres and you drop the house 11 feet from the septic.
My whole property is pretty much wetlands.
Yes. There's a lot of room between the house and the wetland there.
Yeah, from
Was
the
there a reason
wetlands.
why you put it that close?
From the wetlands, what's considered wetlands, to where the shop was put, that it was out of my control, to where we wanted to put a house and to keep the septic off of the wetland. That's where the septic fell, and our house had to kind of shimmy in there. So, like I say, that's all wetlands, and then most of my properties, again, lowland, wetland, everywhere you go is wet.
I have a question or a comment. It could be a question. You do have a lot of wetland behind your buildings there, and being on this board, what I've learned, the things change and it gets more and more convoluted, and laws and rules and so on and so forth. What's so wrong with a cement patio compared to a deck, where that way you're in compliance and you just move on? I mean, there's so many things you can do now that with decks or cement patios to make it appealing for outdoor recreation or relaxation.
Right, yeah, and Jamie had brought that up to us along with our contractor after we kind of ran into needing a variance. Two things. One, it was originally planned for our house, so our patio door and that setup, we wanted walkout. Two, everything Tiffany and I have done for the property has not been for the today or tomorrow. It's been for the longevity of us staying there, living there. So as we get older, or, forbid anything ever happens to one of us, to have the ease to go out that door and not have a stairs down to that you could go outside and enjoy the outside.
We're not getting younger.
But then you have steps on the deck. According to your drawings here that you submitted.
Yeah, you'd have steps to the deck that would be to go down. Like I say, if again, God forbid anything happens to any of us in our family, but you could get in and out with a wheelchair. Otherwise, you go down to a patio, then you're forced to build pretty much
similar deal for a handicap, accessibility or any of that stuff, or, if anything happens to one of us as we get older, it's just an easy way straight out that door.
Madam Chair, I have a question for staff. I don't understand why you can build a patio on top of the septic tank, but you can't build a deck around it.
Madam Chair, members of the board, a deck is considered part of the structure of the home, where the patio would be laying right on the elevation, on the ground versus being elevated off the ground. It just comes from our ordinance, the definition.
Thank you.
So I got a question for staff, or anybody else who wants to answer it, I guess. It's kind of a practical question. So if this is built, it's gonna end up 2 feet from the tank, right? Is that what you said?
Believe actually about a foot.
About a foot, okay.
According to our inspection report from the septic.
From a practical
install.
standpoint, the tank will still be able to be pumped, correct?
Yeah, and that was one thing that we made sure. We're far enough back off of it that all of our access points for our tank are accessible. And the only thing that if we ever did have to dig it up to replace septic or, something like that would be removal of the stairs or that first stair to, get in there and that's.
So maybe a question for the applicant. So when this was built originally, everything, the septic and the house and everything was in compliance?
2019.
That was in compliance? Okay.
Madam Chair, members of the board, they did have a variance from the property line setback here. They needed to be 15, and I believe you guys built at, 30 feet, if I'm not mistaken? And they were in front of this board for that variance.
I need clarification on one thing, and maybe I missed it, being the newbie here, but you said in 21, you had the permit and you were gonna construct it. I might be wrong on the date, but whenever you were doing your construction, you were gonna do it all at one time with the contractor, whatever materials, the thing didn't materialize. What would have changed between then and now that I guess, why would it have been allowed then?
And that was in 2019 that we had in our building of a 15 by 25. That 15 would have covered our septic completely. How that was approved, I don't know. And I think Jamie was gonna look into it. I'm not sure. I didn't get back to him.
Madam Chair, members of the board, the previous permit was issued with a deck on there. Now, how that got through with the septic design that was there, probably shouldn't have.
So they were given the okay to go back then.
There was a permit with their house permit. There was a deck added on there as well, but it was never constructed, so.
Had it been, we wouldn't.
We probably wouldn't know about it right now, correct?
Can you clarify when that permit was?
2019 when the house was built.
And then can you put up the sketch about, I'm thinking now about the drain field. So if this is built, how much out of compliance is it with the drain field?
Madam Chair, members of the board, right now they're 11 feet from the tank with the house. So they're meeting the setback. It needs to be 10, the existing house. And the drain field is also meeting the setback to the existing house right now.
Okay, so there's no issue with the drain field. It's just the proximity to the tank.
With the addition of the deck, there will be
Right.
an issue with the drain field,
Okay,
correct?
thanks.
Do any board members have any questions for staff or applicants? Good?
Madam Chair, members of the board, the ordinance specifies that anything more than 12 inches off the ground is considered a deck, regardless of the material it's made out of. So if they want to put something that's 8 inches off the ground, it would be considered a patio and would not need to meet these setbacks. If they want to put something that's level on the ground, it's considered a patio, regardless of what it's made of. So materials don't determine whether it's a deck or not. It's the height of that area, or deck, or whatever, patio, whatever you want to call it. So we consider 12 inches is the important piece there. And that could be any corner. So if you have 3 corners that are under 12, but 1 corner is 12 or more, then it's considered a deck and has to meet setbacks. Yep, so if they wanted to have steps down and then have it be on grade, the existing grade right now, that would be considered a patio, and it does not have to meet setbacks.
Dave? Dave, do you have any questions?
I do not.
Good. All right. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to give public testimony? Anyone in the audience for public testimony? Anyone in the audience for public testimony? All right, I'm going to close the hearing, so I'll need a motion.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing. I second it.
And Mike is a second. Final discussion. We'll take a vote to close the hearing. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I know. Public hearing is now closed. We will proceed to the finding of fact questions. Number 1, or we're just, this variance requested is to construct a 10 by 25 deck less than 10 feet to the subsurface sewage treatment system sewage tank and less than 20 feet to the subsurface sewage treatment system soil treatment area. Everyone's good with that? Number 1, the proposed use is allowed in zoning districts in which the property is located, yes or no? John?
Yes, decks are allowed in a R40 district.
Okay, I'm also a yes, and I believe that was an A40, right?
Oh, A40, I'm sorry. Yes,
Just to
I-
clarify.
Nope, yes.
Okay, Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
Yeah.
George?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Okay. Number 2, the variance will be in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the official controls to any related ordinance, yes or no? John?
I'm gonna give that a yes.
Barry?
I'll give that a yes as well.
Rob?
No, it's 90% and 40% off the general requirements. Those distances were thought out by someone in the professional field to make it safe for the septic system.
So I'm going to actually say yes to this. They actually did have a permit issued in 2019 to do it. So,
Doesn't matter, they didn't do it.
but someone did issue that permit. So, George?
I'm going to say yes for the practical purpose of that the tank can still be pumped regardless if there's a deck there or not.
Dave?
I'm gonna say yes also. They were given a green light. Maybe they shouldn't have been, but they were. And that maybe influenced the planning of the placement of the tank or whatever. So I'm gonna say yes under the circumstances.
Mike?
Yes.
The variance will be consistent with the comprehensive plan, yes or no? John?
Yes.
I'm a yes under living goal number 3. Barry?
I'm a yes too under living goal number 3 as well.
Rob?
1 second, let me look up number 3.
First page, second page. Support
They
house.
already have safe, stable, and affordable housing. Their deck has nothing to do with their house. So I'm going to disagree with that living goals number 3. I'm going to say no. The comprehensive plan under nature goals is to protect groundwater. system fails, the deck's in the way.
George,
I'm gonna say yes.
Dave,
Yes.
Mike.
Yes.
Number 4, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner, yes or no? John,
Yes, the deck is reasonable use.
I'm also a yes. Barry,
Yes.
Rob,
No, 90% is not reasonable.
George,
Yes.
Dave.
I'm gonna say yes. I mean, I saw where the deck was staked out. It's a relatively modest, ad. I understand that, and I struggle with the distinction between decks and slabs, but cement, but, I think under the circumstances and given the previous building permit, again, maybe it shouldn't have been, but it was, I'm gonna say, this deck addition, is reasonable, given the size and the, what they're trying to accomplish.
Thank you. Mike.
Yes.
Number 5, the plight of the landowners due to circumstances unique to the property not created by the landowner, yes or no? John,
Initially, I had a no to this one, but after finding out that they were granted a previous permit and, I don't know, by error or whatever, I don't know what changed since then, but, I'm gonna have to answer in the affirmative. I'll give them a yes on this.
so and I'm up next. So the permit was issued, which is factual. So that's what makes this very unique. At one time, that it was okay. Otherwise, no, it wouldn't be. So I am a yes. Barry,
Same thing, given other circumstances, it would be very easy for me to be in the know, but if you, I can only imagine, I don't know if I would have my composure as well as you two do, because you did everything right. You didn't just say, I'm gonna throw on a deck, you had it drawn out, it was in plans and everything, so it's a yes.
Rob.
No.
Do you have a reasoning?
1 foot.
Okay. George,
Yes.
Dave,
Yes.
Mike.
Yes.
Number 6, the variance if granted maintains the essential character of the locality, yes or no? John,
Yes.
I'm also a yes. It will not change. It's a residential area. Barry,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Dave,
Yes.
Mike.
Yes.
The need for variance involves more than economic consideration. I'm going to say yes. Economics were not discussed. John,
Agree, yes.
Barry,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Dave,
Yes.
Mike.
Yes.
Staff report results, all must be affirmative to grant. Okay. Can I get a motion?
I'll
To
make
grant?
a motion that we approve the adjustment.
Okay, a motion was made by Barry. Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
Second by George. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say variance. So variance would be granted. Okay.
Thank you.
Good luck, you guys. Any questions or anything, just call staff. All right, moving on to agenda item 4. Agenda item 4 is a request from Dustin, and correct me with your last, actually, you know what, just tell me what it is. Vaverick, St. Cloud, Minnesota, on behalf of Wabatob LLC from sections 999A, 3 and 4, and 10.211A, 4 and 5 of the Stearns County Land Use Ordinance 439 to construct a 2,401 square foot residential dwelling with attached garage less than 63 feet to the center line of a private road easement. Also to alter the roof line of the existing detached garage that is less than 63 feet to the center line of a private road easement, less than 10 feet to the side property line in the bluff and bluff impact zone. Said ordinance requires a structure setback of 63 feet to the center line of a private road easement. Also, a detached garage to be 10 feet from the side property line and 30 feet to the top of a bluff. Affected property is 8 part of government lot 2, section 09, Collegeville Township. Property's address is 30212 Lilac Road, St. Joseph, Minnesota. Which board members were able to visit? I'm a yes. Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
George? Dave?
Yes.
Mike? John?
Yes.
Staff report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The applicants own a meets and bounds tract on Big Watab Lake in Collegeville Township. The applicants purchased the property in 2021. The tract contains 16,292 square feet, or 0.37 of an acre in lot area, per the certificate of survey provided with the application. The property is in an R1 zoning district. Some history on the property. Per the Stearns County Assessor's records, the existing 1,232 square foot residential dwelling with 464 square foot deck and the 371 square foot detached garage were constructed in 1961 prior to the official controls. The applicants are proposing to construct a 2,401 square foot residential dwelling 27 feet from the center line of Lilac Road. Also to alter the roof line and add a second level to the existing detached garage that is 8 feet to the center line of Lilac Road, 4 feet to the west property line, and in the bluff and bluff impact zone. The applicant is proposing to replace the driveway and the private road easement area with permeable material to meet the impervious lot coverage requirements. The property is in the Shoreland Overlay District of Big Watab Lake, classified recreational development. Big Watab is not on the list of impaired waters. The existing impervious lot coverage for the area north of Lilac Road is currently 35.4%. The proposed impervious lot coverage for the area north, once all is said and done, will be 7.25%. The existing impervious lot coverage for the area south of Lilac Road is currently 29.8%. The proposed impervious will be 24.86 on the south side of Lilac Road. A replacement subsurface sewage treatment system design that was completed by a licensed septic designer has been submitted with the variance request. Collegeville Township, Big Watab Lake Association, Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, and property owners within 500 feet have been notified of this request. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Jamie, was there any correspondence from anyone? Applicants, at this time, I'll have you state your name and address. Okay, thank you.
Oh, we don't have to push it. Got it.
Okay, I have a question for you guys, just for clarification. You guys don't own this property? Oh, you do own it? Okay. So you have it in an LLC?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, so, and you guys, do you stay there often?
No.
Thank you. Yeah, we're looking to more in the future, so we're adding, a home that's compliant with septic and bedrooms for our daughters to be there. Correct.
Right now, it's blighted. You cannot stay there.
So it's not your address,
No. Oh,
but you
Sorry.
just said it was.
oh, I thought you meant for this property.
No, we know where this property
Oh.
is. We've been there.
No, can you clarify your home mailing address? That's
Sure,
okay.
that's easy. 2035 Temenick Road, St. Cloud, 56301.
Okay.
Correct, and same for me.
Sorry about that.
Have to have
Which
you
is-
state it because they're recording.
Yeah, which is 2035 Temenick Road, St. Cloud, Minnesota.
Okay, thank you guys for clarifying.
That would have been a lot less stressful because I didn't know the other address.
Yeah. All right, does any of the board members have any questions?
I have a question. I work a lot with small businesses, so it piqued my interest when it's an LLC, because normally people that buy second properties, lake cabins and things, are not LLCs unless there's some sort of business motivation. And
Yeah, I'll answer. There is no current business motivation. We were planning to sell our current home and stay there, so we've got.
but why would it be an LLC?
It wasn't an LLC, and we were just advised that it's,
When you bought it, it was already
yes,
an LLC?
that's correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
that answers
And
my
so then,
Keep it.
yeah, then it was just advised to keep it, and so we just went down that route for no other reason.
Okay, and why don't you guys, give me a little bit of idea on what you want to do here. What's your thought process?
Sure.
Yeah, like Kim said, the existing cabin is just a blighted structure that's not been used for many years. It's a seasonal, so there's dirt under the floor. I think if we all went in there right about now, we might not outnumber the squirrels and things. So it's time to do some repairs, or ultimately we looked at, should we keep the foundation? Should we work with what's there? And in the end, we found just a handful of things, with the side setbacks being closer than what they're supposed to be. The existing septic is non-compliant, the well, a handful of things that we said, hey, it would be better for everyone, the lake, the neighbors, for us, for everyone to have a fresh, clean start. So we're lucky there's enough property to have the septic in the far back. We did some homework on a well, which would be up front, where that would go. Side setbacks are reduced, so that's better fit for the land and the space. Yeah, that's kind of how we came to the plan that we're at.
You have some interesting dynamics going on down that road, because
Yeah.
it looks like a drive back in time when you go back on the cabins.
It
because They are
does.
the original Minnesota cabins, but when you enter, there's a McMansion being
Yeah,
built
correct.
right on the front end of it. So I'm going, interesting dynamics of this lakeshore going on.
I agree.
Yeah, you should follow it farther down the goat trail. It'd
You
be
go
even
further?
more. It's like
No,
another
we do a lot
mile.
of driving, so we
Yeah,
don't
you're like, oh,
do any pleasure driving.
But yes, true.
I have a question for the applicant, if that's okay.
Yep.
In your application, in the stuff you filled out, it said somewhere in there that you're gonna raise the roof line of the garage on the north side. You're not actually just gonna raise the roof. You're gonna build on the footprint, tear that down and build on the footprint? Or will you save that? Will you save that?
Correct, yeah.
You will.
Yep, the existing the perimeter walls are CMU, and they're in pretty good shape. The concrete floor is in pretty good shape, but the roof joists are flat and rotten, and I just think how the snow drifts over that area.
Yep.
There's been some trees that we could see fall on it, so the damage with that, plus, with a flat roof, so that things are landing direct on it, and then with the snow building up and the rot that we're seeing, we said, well, if we're going to take off the existing system that's there, let's kind of use a similar pitch truss to match the home, and then it'd be better for things to shed off, whether something falls on it or snow or all things, I guess. But yeah, that was the intent.
I just didn't think you could save that.
It's pretty bad, isn't it?
Well,
The roof, anyway.
cabins were.
Could have gone in the cabin. It's open.
Jamie, I just have a question. So there's a picture in here of the mowed and bare to edge of the bank, not a natural shoreline. Is that from these guys doing this, or was this?
Madam Chair, members of the board, that may be a question for them, I guess. Was it like that when you bought it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
concrete to the edge. Yeah.
Yeah, correct. It's always been there, but we don't intend to use
We're gonna
it,
get
so we'll
rid of
take it
that.
out.
So you're gonna remove, okay. And what about the edge of the bank there? It's not a natural shoreline, so it would be prone to erosion. Are you guys gonna do any alterations or anything out there to fix that?
To my understanding, the existing bank that's there is existing natural bank. No change has been made for 20 years, as far as I know. It's kind of a little bit of rock and sand mixed in, then the grass just kind of grows out of it.
board members have any questions for applicants or staff at this time? John?
None.
George? Rob?
I do. Did you say this is going to be your permanent home, or is this a business venture for you?
No, we're planning to live there. Yep, we'll live there.
Gary? Do you have any questions?
No.
Dave?
No, ma'am.
Just one more time around. Do we have any questions or clarification from staff or applicant?
I got a question for him. Do you know about the difficulty of the fire trucks getting in there?
I've heard that someone talked about like farther down the road or with how the road jogs or but yes, I guess I've heard some stories.
If that's right.
We're good? Good? All right. Is there anyone in the public wishing to speak on their behalf? Any public testimony? Any public testimony? All right, we're gonna close the hearing. Can I get a motion?
I move to close.
Okay. Dave made a motion. Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Barry. Final discussion. Okay, we're gonna take a vote to close the hearing, so all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say aye. Public hearing is now closed. We will proceed to the finding of facts. There's gonna be two variants here. We're gonna do them separately. Is everyone okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Before we do this, let's get a. Do you guys have a preference on what you want to do first? You want to do the roof line of the existing detached garage, or do you want to do the attached garage to be 10 feet from the side property line? Nobody cares? All right. So then, the first one we're going to do is to alter the roof line of the existing detached garage that is less than 63 feet to the center line of a private road easement, less than 10 feet to the side property line in the bluff and bluff impact zone. Okay? The first question is the proposed use is allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located? I'm going to say yes, it's allowed in R1. Barry?
Yes, for the same reason.
Rob?
Yeah.
George?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
And John?
Yes.
Number 2, the variance will be in harmony with the general purpose and the intent of the official controls. Any related ordinance, yes or no? Barry?
Yes. And it's 8(2) project maintains a neighborhood's residential character by promoting compatible land use.
Okay. Rob?
I'm going to say no. It's going to alter the view as you pull into that road to have a 2-story building there, and plus the fact that it's actually in the bluff.
Okay. George?
I'm going to say yes because my understanding is they're not changing the footprint of the building. They're just putting a
They're
angled.
going 2 stories high.
Well, it's not what that diagram shows, but
Yeah. Right?
Should we put the photo of it up? Because I think the backdrop of that is the hill. I mean, is he going to?
Well, the backside's in the bluff.
Right.
I'm still going to say yes.
All right. Dave?
I'm going to say yes as well. I guess that was my thought. I thought about the view, as Rob mentioned, but with that bluff there, in my view, my opinion, nobody's view is going to be obstructed or anything like that because of the extra height.
Mike?
Yes, I mean, the building has to be repaired, and we might as well do it right.
John?
Yes, it's in harmony with 50% of the structures out there.
And I'm also a yes. Number 3, the variance will be consistent with with the comprehensive plan, yes or no? Barry,
Yes.
Rob,
No, in the ordinance 10.211A, I'm jumping ahead, but in the bluff impact zone, there's no building.
George,
I'm going to say yes, the building already exists, and I'm going to say Lakeshore Living Policies number 8. The project maintains the neighborhood's residential character by promoting compatible land uses.
Mike,
Yes.
John,
Yes, in agreement with George.
I'm also a yes, and I'd like to do the Lakeshore Living Policy number 8. It's not going to negatively impact the view of sheds or adjacent properties. So, number 4, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner. Barry,
Yes.
Rob,
We're just talking on the north side, I'm gonna have to say no.
George,
I'm going to say yes, having a accessory building is a reasonable use.
Dave,
Yes, as George stated.
Mike,
Yes, living goals number 3.
John,
Yes.
and I'm also a yes, and like to add that it is reasonable to improve the shed. Number 5, the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner. Barry,
Yes, it's unique to the property.
Rob,
No, there's nothing there that the second story is gonna, that affects the second story.
George,
I'm going to say yes again for the building structure already exists. They're just adding on to it.
I'm going to add on to George's with that lot is a unique configuration, so I'm a yes as well. Dave,
Yes, as I've stated, the extra height, I don't think detracts at all.
Mike,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
number 6, the variance if granted maintains the essential character of the locality, yes or no. Barry,
Yes.
Rob,
No, it's gonna be an eyesore 2 stories high there.
George,
Yes.
Dave,
Yes, it's an improvement.
Mike,
Yes.
John,
Yes, I would have normally agreed with Rob, but after driving it, it's very much in character with the rest of the property.
and I'm also a yes, and I don't think that people are going to notice. It's a very minimally traveled road. So, number 7, the need of the variance involves more than economic consideration, yes or no. I'm going to say yes, economics were not discussed. Barry,
I'm a yes on that as well. I concur.
Rob,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Dave,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
staff report results. Okay, can I get a motion to grant to alter the roof line?
Before we vote, can I just get a quick clarification on something? Because the request is, are we, just to get it right here, this is for the 2,401 square foot residential dwelling less than 63 feet to the center line of road. That's what we're,
No,
that's
that
not
is-
the one here?
This
So
is
that's for
the
the next
roof
one,
line.
a detached, okay.
North
Okay,
road.
okay, okay, understood.
Okay, I'm sorry, can someone read, who made the motion?
There was no motion. I
Okay.
interrupted before.
Okay,
I'd make a motion to approve the height, garage height.
the alter to the roof line?
Yes, there you go.
Okay, can I get a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, by Barry. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried for the alter to the roof line. Now we're going to move on to the second variance. The second one is a detached garage to be 10 feet to the side property line and 30 feet to the top of a bluff.
Madam Chair, members of the board, we've already taken care of that. I apologize, I think the request was incorrect on your thing. This is for the residential dwelling to be constructed on the lakeside.
Okay,
That's where I was confused. We
Yeah.
have two
Yeah,
pages
no,
showing the
I-
same
we're
thing
doing the
here.
lake-
Now, I see what
And
you're
that was
talking
my
about now.
question, is what,
Yeah.
okay, Jamie, can you clarify that again? It's the residential,
So this one is to construct a residential dwelling, a 2,401 square foot residential dwelling with attached garage, 27 feet from the center line of Lilac Road, a private road easement.
okay. Yep, that's okay. All right,
So you can use that same form, we'll just cross out the request. Don't worry about the request on that one. Because you have two Watab LLC findings.
right,
Just use one. The first one you can use is to alter the roof line. That's one we just took
that's
care of.
what we
So
granted.
use the second one and just cross out the variance requested.
Okay, yep, so this is for the residential dwelling with attached garage, less than
Correct.
63 feet to the center line of a private road easement.
Correct.
Okay,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
number one, the proposed use is allowed in zoning districts in which the subject property is located, yes or no?
Madam Chair, it's in R1, so yes.
Okay, Rob, I'm a yes. Barry,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Dave,
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Okay. Number two, the variance will be in harmony with the general purpose and the intent of the official controls of any related ordinance, yes or no? Rob?
Yes.
Barry?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
George?
Yes, they're, my understanding is they're building on the same footprint. So I'm saying yes.
Okay. John?
Yes.
And Mike?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. Number three, the variance will be consistent with the comprehensive plan, yes or no? Rob?
I'm going to say yes under nature goals, preserve, restore, and protect. They're doing that to Watab Lake. They've solved a lot of problems, a lot of bad things.
I'm gonna add on to Rob with a yes too, and they are using the existing, so they're not really disturbing anything. So, Barry,
I'm a yes, and I concur with, because of the same reasoning.
Mike,
Yes.
Dave,
Yes, for reasons stated.
George,
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Number four, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner, yes or no? Rob,
Yes.
Barry,
Yes.
Dave,
Yes, they're making needed improvements, and they hope to live there one day. Yes.
George,
Yes, having a residential home in this area is reasonable use.
John,
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. The plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner, yes or no? Rob?
Yes, Lilac Road is unique.
And serviceable. Barry?
I'm a yes.
Dave?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mike?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Number six, the variance if granted maintains the essential character of the locality, yes or no? Rob?
Yes, it's going to improve it.
Barry?
Yes, it'll be an improvement.
Dave?
Yes. Improvement.
I'm a yes. Mike?
Yes. Much improved.
John?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Number seven, the need for the variance involves more than economic consideration, yes or no? I'm gonna say yes, economics not discussed. Rob?
Yes.
Barry?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
John? George? Staff report with results? I am looking for a motion to approve.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, Rob made a motion. Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
Second by George. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All say aye. All right, you guys, yes.
Madam Chair. I'm going to refer the board to Nick Newman from Environmental Services site visit notes, where mitigation is suggested at by
Thank you,
his
Rob.
report.
Yes, I do think that's a great idea. Thank you for bringing that up.
His suggestion is woody plants like red osier, dogwood, willow, expanded along shore to approximately half the width, would improve the bank integrity and reduce visual impact from the lake, discontinue mowing to the edge of the bank, and establish a native plant buffer 12 feet landward of the ordinary high water level and half of the shoreline.
Yeah, thank you. That's in reference to the shoreline, correct?
Yes.
We were just reading that in the shoreline.
So we want you to
Stearns County
improve it is
shoreline.
what we want you to do. So we're going to direct you towards Nick, who takes care of that.
Okay.
You guys can give him that info. Sound good? Okay, good luck out there.
Madam
Yep.
Chair, do we need to make that a motion? Mitigation be required?
If you want it to be a condition, yes, it would need to
I'll
be
make
a
a motion to
motion and
require-
a,
Meeting with Nick or Environmental Services staff
Rob,
for a mitigation plan.
Rob made a motion. Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
That's from George. All in favor say aye.
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 And that's approved. So they will help you get that set up with Nick. So good luck out there, you guys.
Opposed, aye.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, do we want to take a break since we're halfway through, or
Do you guys want to do number
it's up to you
five
guys?
real quick, or do you guys want to keep going?
Let's press on plowing.
One more?
We're going to keep pressing.
Okay.
Anyone opposed?
One more.
All right. Number 5, agenda item, the Store of St. Anna. Our request from Kelly and Gordon Caspers of Avon, Minnesota on behalf of the Store of St. Anna LLC from section 7.25 4B and D of the Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance 439 to construct a sign that exceeds 32 square feet in surface area of and 10 feet in height in a rural town site zoning district. Said ordinance states signs shall not exceed 32 square feet in an area or 10 feet in the height in the rural townset zoning district. Affected property is Lot 4 in the plat of St. Anna, Section 05, Avon Township. Property's address is 37215 County Road 9, Avon, Minnesota. We're going to do a roll call on who visited. Rob?
Yes.
George?
No.
Dave?
Not for this one, but last month I did, and many times before that, so.
Mike? John?
No, but I'm familiar with it.
I'm a yes, and Barry.
I was, drove by it a second time and give it some pause. I didn't get out of the car though.
All right. Can I get staff reports?
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Some background information. The applicants acquired the property in 2021. The tract is approximately 3,171 square feet according to the assessor's records. The property is zoned rural town site. The existing sign on the property is approximately 72 square feet in surface area and about 20 feet tall. Some history on the property. In 1978, Hennick's 4th edition plat survey indicated a 33-foot wide right-of-way from County Road 9 for this parcel. This was confirmed by the Stearns County Highway Department. In 2005 through 2010, the current sign was erected to replace a previous sign. The dimensions of the previous sign are not known. Construction site permits are not required for this type of a sign. In April of 2025, the applicants applied for and were denied a variance request to construct an 80 square foot sign with a total height of 18 feet. The applicants are now proposing to construct an 8 by 9, 72 square foot two-sided sign that is 16 feet in height. The square footage represents a 125% deviation, and the height represents a 62% deviation from the standard. The proposed location meets all setbacks. Impervious lot coverage is not part of this request. Alternatives would be to apply for a rezoning to commercial, where the sign of up to 250 square feet and height of 25 feet are allowed, or to reduce the proposed sign to 32 square feet or less and not greater than 10 feet in height. Avon Township, Stearns County Highway Department, and property owners within 500 feet have been notified of this request. And there were 4 correspondents, all of which were provided to you guys in an email, so I'm not going to waste your time and read these because you guys probably have had a chance to go through them already. And that's all I got.
Applicants, I'll have you state your name and address.
Kelly Caspers, 16915, County Road 52, Avon, Minnesota.
Gordon Caspers, 1869115, County Road 52, Avon, Minnesota.
Thank you. Board members, any questions for staff or applicants at this time?
Yes, Madam Chair. The current sign is 20 feet tall?
Yes, the current sign, that is not the current sign that you're seeing there. That is the proposed sign with the proposed height, I believe. That one's not?
That one's not.
Is that,
That one is what it would,
isn't that the,
no, so
that would be the 10-foot one, right?
that's the 10-foot one.
Yep.
And then, no, that's a 10, no, this is a 10-foot one.
Right, right, but the previous one that she had on,
That's the 10-foot height one.
yep.
Yep.
So that's the proposed one, right?
Nope.
Right here, that's the,
Nope, that's not the proposed one. This one is on 19. 19? I don't know.
that's the shorter one.
That's a short one. It's on your, in the packet, right after, says page 114 of 211. Yep.
That's current. This one was the proposed one.
That's the proposed.
Shelley, we should have this one, because that was in the packet.
Could someone walk me through this? Which one currently exists and what is the proposed?
Currently exists.
Right.
And that's 20 feet tall.
And there's no direct service anywhere. That's
No.
old delivery to people who
So-
put it up.
Those 2 signs together are 72 square feet.
Those 2 signs together are, let me go to the thing here. What, do you know what the
Or
existing?
doesn't the gas sign count?
Existing one, square footage?
A little bit bigger
Yeah.
than 70.
It was-
Everything was bigger than 72 square.
It was a little bigger than 72 square feet.
And a picture of the proposed.
It's in your packet. I don't know if you have your packet with or not, but.
And this one would be the proposed, correct?
Yep, so the one, the really tall one, what we did was take the original, and what it would look like if we just put, if we went and just replaced the sign with another sign, that bubble. That was that one is. That's what that is. If
What-
we just replaced the bubble, that's what it would look like. Okay, then you get to the next one right after that in the brochure and packet.
Yeah.
Okay, you'll see the one up with Coca-Cola on it. This one's a little bit higher.
As I would, yeah, as I would, say, you know, it is page,
This is the proposed
Yeah.
one here.
Oh, okay.
page 114 of
So
211.
the gas sign doesn't figure into it at all?
No, it figures in. It's all,
It does?
yep, it's figured in.
That doesn't look like 2 sheets of plywood, surface area wise.
Oh, okay. So we have
page number?
118 out of 211, that is what we're allowed.
If they built it 10 feet height, this is what it would look like.
Yeah.
Yep.
John, are you? I have them marked.
Well, yeah, I think I'm aware of what he's.
I sent Jamie the wrong pictures. I do have pictures of a car on my phone, in front of it. No, I got it. I just sent it to your email. I got a different one I forgot to send you. But. And then we have you, let's go back.
That would be 16 feet tall there.
That's the 10 feet. Oh, sorry, that's the 10 feet tall one. So, and we have.
Proposal is for a 16-foot.
16. Yeah.
That's not this one. So
So it would sit above.
that be the one over
his
the top of the
pickup
truck?
Yep. And then we do have a lot of boats, a lot of campers, we have tractors, we have a lot of big equipment that comes to the gas station and even on the road. So if you have something, his pickup truck sitting at that intersection, you would never see it.
Is this open for questions? I have some questions and comments. You've owned the business how long?
5 years.
5 years. And the current sign, I used to work for DS.
Oh, did
And
you?
that was 40 years ago. No, actually more than 40 years ago, about 60 years ago. When I saw that sign, I went, I hadn't seen one about that long.
Buy it?
I don't want to buy it. No, I'm not that nostalgic. You know, correct me if I'm wrong, when this was passed up to this, the township goes, send it to Stearns County, right? They didn't oppose it, they didn't approve it, they didn't oppose it, correct?
The original one?
The township,
I'm sorry,
For
for
the sign.
us or for,
started with the township, correct?
correct.
And it landed on our desks.
Well, they approved it both times.
The township has
The
approved it.
township with no
Okay.
conditions.
So the hang-up here is a zoning issue.
It, yes, and for the last time that we were here, we had ended up with 4 ties because there was an even number of people.
You know,
We
and
came back.
well, my interest in this, and there's no conflict of interest here, but I work with small businesses, but I've never worked with you folks
Nope.
with that location. But it's very interesting when you look at that because everybody likes having that store in the area.
Yep.
And you're a small business owner, and there's plenty of studies to show that signage can be very important.
Yep.
And you have lake traffic there, and you need visibility. And you can come down the road that long stretch, and there's no sign to say, oh, I can get gas there, or if there's something. You just don't quite know what you're coming up on.
Nope.
Uh,
And what we don't consider us a gas station. We offer gas. We are more of a general store.
yeah, right.
We got a full bait and tackle shop. We sell bird seed. We sell dog food. We have a deli. We have off-sale liquor store. Gas is convenience. That's
Sure.
part of a draw. But we want to be more than just
Well,
a
you wouldn't
gas
make it on
station.
gas if that's all you had there.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
So you're more than gas. You are the retail outlet for St. Anna.
Yes, we are. And we have, St.
And
Anna supports us 100%.
You put the key in, and if you put the key in the door, people would really be upset.
Yes.
And you maybe have some local people go like, well, I don't think that sign should be.
We have not had anybody.
lo-
We had it on Facebook. We had it posted at the store. And if anybody knows a small town, you know if someone said something bad at some point. The only people who are against it that have sent in emails don't live in our area. Have not been to the store.
square foot sign,
Yes, plus,
20 foot tall.
yes,
You're proposing a 72 square foot sign,
Yes.
16 foot tall.
yes,
You were denied an 80 square foot sign.
yes. And,
Correct. Okay.
and part of that, was people talked about, our Bigfoot, having that on our sign. Our Bigfoot is our logo, it is our mark. We have Facebook, we have a web page, we advertise we spend over $3,000 a year to advertise in newspapers. We advertise in towns, brochures, events, counties. We did the farm show, we were in that one. We need something that when they scroll through a magazine, they scroll through a Facebook thing, they're not a follower of that, but someone their friends are, and they see this, they drive by and go, oh yeah, the store, they got that. I've heard about them. Let's stop. That is who we're trying to get.
Comment, question, you're trying to be the treasure city of Royalton, only going through St. Anna.
Yep.
Okay, now I got it.
Yep.
Jamie, I need some clarification. Applicant stated there was support from township. Is there a letter referenced with support?
I do not, Madam Chair, members of the board, we have 4 correspondents. Not one of them was from the township.
I have it on my phone.
But what does the township have to do with it? They can't approve the sign height
They-
or the
they-
sign size.
Correct. We are the authority for
Okay.
the ordinance, or our ordinance is the one that comes in play. Where the township comes into play, and this might be answering your question from earlier, Barry, if they wanted to apply for a rezoning to commercial to have a sign that is larger, they would have to go through the township to do that.
Okay.
But township does not want that
Why?
because they think that adult store will be built there. And they think that something that they want to leave the option open that this will only be a commercial spot. This will always be a commercial spot. It's a gas station. It has been tested for contaminated soil. There will never be anything else on this building site besides a commercial building. But township doesn't want commercial, so we said, okay, we'll stay here and we'll go for a variance, which costs us more money.
So you've approached the township first?
Yep.
So I think it's the adult use, Madam Chair, that is the concern at the township level. As soon as you put commercial, then adult use is allowed within that zoning district. So that's not an uncommon thing that we've heard over.
There's examples of it around
Yes,
in less than an hour's drive of St. Cloud and a couple, 2 or 3
that is,
communities.
yes.
And, I mean, from the previous one, when we were here, some of you were here, some of you weren't. Safety is a big thing too. If you bring up, like right there, that is a busy, busy intersection. People even come through our parking lot, right by our gas tanks, so they don't have to stop at the stop sign. And it's clutter. If we're busy, if you stop on one of our very busy days, which summers are, there's a lot of traffic. There's kids biking, there's people walking, it's very, very busy. And having a sign that's right there is going to take away the visibility from seeing those cars, seeing those bikes. Up high, yep, you got that sweet spot that you can see things.
I'm trying to be objective. I understand the county's position where if you don't control signage in communities or whatever, it can be runaway. But,
But isn't that what a variance is?
well, if you look at our business goals established with our comprehensive plan, 1 through 5, things like increase the value of county economic production by ensuring that operations sustain natural resources. You're not doing anything to disrupt natural resources, but enhance the ability of local retail and commercial businesses to sustain small cities and rural town sites. And just by getting rid of a sign that's 40 years old, people know that when they drive by. Some people do. You're right. And I think you're here for a variance, and you're justifying your reasoning for it. I have no further questions.
George? Question?
No, I don't have any more questions.
Anyone need any clarification?
Nope, none.
Rob?
No, I just want to say one thing that on the previous application, I don't think we were voting in favor of a 10-foot sign. We were voting against 80 square feet at 18 feet high.
You're correct. There's been some change to that.
Barry, any more questions or clarification?
None from me.
Dave?
No.
Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on their behalf? Anyone in the audience? Any public testimony? Can I get a motion to close the hearing?
I make a motion to close the hearing.
Mike makes the motion. Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
Second by John. All in favor of closing the hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Public hearing is now closed. Now we are going to proceed to the finding of facts.
So before we do, Madam Chair, just want to mention one of the inputs that came in, they were opposed to the size of the sign, but not the height. And one of the things the applicant said about that height blocking the intersection makes some sense to me, so just keep that in mind when we talk about it.
Thank you, George. All right, moving on. Number 1, the proposed use is allowed in zoning districts in which the subject property is located. Yes, this is rural town site. It is. I'm a yes. So George,
Yes, it is allowed in this zoning.
Dave,
Yes, it is allowed.
Mike, John,
Yes.
Barry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Number 2, the variance will be in harmony with the general purpose and the intent of the official controls of any related ordinance. Yes or no? George?
I'm going to say no. It doesn't abide by what exists now as far as the size goes.
Dave?
I'm gonna say yes.
Mike?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
I'm also a no. I'd like to add that keeping the height and the signs to a reasonable and helps reduce clutter. Rob?
I'm going to say no. I'm not opposed to the height, but the size
Barry?
does not fit.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm going to say yes because of mitigating circumstances for all general purposes. You could be zoned out there business, probably should be, but I respect what the township is trying to do, and I think you're kind of caught in a catch-22. So I'm a yes.
On number 3, the variance will be consistent with the comprehensive plan, yes or no. George?
No, it doesn't abide by the standards of the size. And again, I'm with Rob. I'm not opposed to height.
Dave?
I had it here. If you come back to me.
Mike?
Yes. Business goal is number 4.
John?
Yes.
I'm also a no. Barry?
Absolutely yes. We're just hung up on some semantics of township zone or whatever. It's part of the comprehensive plan.
Rob?
I'm going to say no. It does cover, some of the comprehensive plan does cover the businesses, but I think we can work something out to abide by the size part of it.
Circling back to Dave?
I'm gonna say, business goal number 4, I just believe it enhances the ability of the local retail, commercial businesses to stay in small cities, rural towns, town sites, so I say yes.
The property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner, yes or no? George?
Yeah, having a general store in that location is reasonable use.
Dave?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Barry?
Yes, they've demonstrated that they're willing to work with us being back here a second time.
Rob?
Yes.
I'm also a yes, but I would like to also add to this, there are other reasonable things that you can use too.
Madam Chair, can I ask what?
Social media, your Google.
We do social media, we have a webpage, we've done the
Again,
flags.
like I stated last time, when I'm going somewhere and I'm looking for something, just to clarify this, I like to use Google Maps to see what's around. So, all right, number 5. The plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property not created by the landowner. Yes or no? George?
I'm going to say no. They could have a smaller sign. They could even put it higher, probably. So I think this is just something that they want. It's not an absolute necessity.
Dave?
I'm gonna say yes. I mean, they inherited a 20-foot sign. They're proposing 16. Square footage is the same. I'm gonna say yes.
Mike?
Yes.
John?
Yes, in agreement with Dave.
Rob?
I'm gonna say no, I'll agree with George.
Barry?
There's wants and needs in business, and this is a need. I'm a yes.
I'm also a no. I do agree with Rob and George. Number 6, the variance, if granted, maintains the essential character of the locality. Yes or no? George?
No, it does not. If they put a sign up that's 32 square feet, it would abide by the ordinance, and the essential character, making it bigger, does not.
Dave?
I'm gonna say yes. I guess making it bigger. If I understand it correctly, it's the same size as what's currently there. Just lower. I mean, I'd say yes. Yes.
Mike?
Yes, I mean, they're trying to advertise more than just being a gas station, and it requires that size.
There's other means.
Well, not everybody has a smartphone.
John?
Yes, the character doesn't change.
Barry?
Yes. Signage still plays a very key role in business at all levels.
Rob?
I'm gonna say no. It's 62% deviation from the ordinance. And County Road 154 is a stop sign, and County Road 9 is a 30 zone. So there's a lot of time to be looking around. You're not gonna be grabbing people off the frontage road from the interstate or anything like that. I just don't think the size is appropriate.
I'm also a no. I do agree with Rob. Number 7, the need for variance involves more than economic consideration. Yes or no? George?
Yes, economics is not the factor here.
Dave?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Barry?
Well, I think economics to a certain degree is involved because there's correlation between good signage and increased sales in small business. Plenty of studies to back that up.
Is that a yes or a
Is
no?
that a yes or a no, Barry?
Okay. I
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. Rob?
Yeah.
Okay. Staff report results. All must be affirmative to grant. Can I get a motion made to grant this variance?
I still move the request for the variance for sign.
John made a motion. Can I get a second?
Second that motion.
Second by Mike. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say aye.
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 Thank you.
Yep. Good night. You guys got one more in you?
Let's go.
Do you need a break?
Nobody,
How you guys holding up?
keep going.
Okay.
Persevere, persevere.
All right, item agenda number 6. A request from Steve and Pam Klophawk, Freeport, Minnesota, from section 999A of the Stearns County Land Use Zoning Ordinance 439 to construct a 1,620 square foot residential dwelling with attached garage and covered entry less than 30 feet to the right-of-way and less than 63 feet to the platted center line of Shady Lane, classified as a township road. Said ordinance requires a structure setback of 30 feet to the right-of-way or 63 feet to the road center line of a township road. Affected property is lots 11 and 12 of Sunset Beach subdivision of a part of government Lot 5, Section 32, Millwood Township. Property's address is 30244 Shady Lane, Melrose, Minnesota. Roll call on site visit. Dave?
No.
Barry?
Yes.
George?
No.
Rob?
Yeah.
I'm a yes. Mike? John?
No.
All right, staff report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The applicants currently own lots 11 and 12 of Sunset Beach Edition on Big Birch Lake in Millwood Township. Sunset Beach Edition was platted in 1949. The tract contains 11,697 square feet in lot area per the survey provided by the applicants. The property is in the R1 zoning district. The applicants purchased the property in 1999. There is an existing 1,029 square foot residential dwelling and a 620 square foot deck that were constructed prior to the official controls in 1971 per the Stearns County Assessor's records. Some history of the property. In 2008, a permit was issued for a deck to be replaced. In 2022, the applicants applied for a variance to construct a 2,300 square foot residential dwelling with attached garage 26 feet from the ordinary high water level of Big Birch Lake on a holding tank, and that request was denied. In 2023, the applicants then applied for a variance to construct a 2,112 square foot residential dwelling with attached garage 41 feet to the ordinary high water level of Big Birch Lake, 57 feet to the center line of the township road, and on a holding tank. That request was also denied. The applicants are now in front of you today requesting to construct a 1,620 square foot residential dwelling with attached garage and a covered entry 29 feet from the right-of-way and 45 feet from the platted center line of Shady Lane. The property is in the Shoreland Overlay District of Big Birch Lake, which is classified recreational development. Big Birch is on the list of impaired waters for nutrients and mercury in fish tissue. The subsurface sewage treatment system that services the existing dwelling consists of a holding tank that was permitted and installed in 1999. The system was certified compliant by a licensed inspector in 2022, and a septic design from a licensed septic designer has been submitted for a sewage septic tank and sewage soil treatment area to replace the holding tank. The current impervious lot coverage for the property is 36% per the survey provided. The proposed impervious lot coverage when the project is complete will be 24%. Millwood Township, Sauk River Watershed District, Big Birch Lake Association, the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, and property owners within 500 feet have been notified of this request, and we have no correspondence. Thank you.
Was there something in the packet from the township?
And the Minnesota Department of Health.
Those weren't actually correspondence.
Okay.
Those were included with the septic design, and that was giving them permission to put a portion of the septic drain field in the road right-of-way from Millwood Township. And then there was also a variance granted from the Minnesota Department of Health for them to be less than 100 feet from their neighbor's shallow well. Thank you for pointing that out. I forgot to include that.
Okay. Applicants, at this time, can you please state your name and address?
Steve Klopacki, 31602, County Road 11.
Pam Klopacki, address 31602, County Road 11, Freeport, Minnesota.
Thank you. Board, questions for applicants or staff?
Chair, I have a question, and I apologize, I was not able to get out there, but, so there's looks like you're setting it back quite a bit from the lake shore. What's the plan for the there's an existing house there? Or what, are you, okay,
We're gonna remove that.
you're gonna be, remove the whole thing and start over?
Yep.
Got it. And it's, how much further back from the lake?
We moved it to the recommended 50-foot mark, high water mark.
Okay.
So the front of our house is gonna be on the back of the house right now.
Okay, thank you. Got it. Right. Thank you.
I was just gonna say, welcome back.
Yes,
But
thank you, Rob.
We should have maybe started with this plan.
Yes, right?
Rather than the holding tank the last two times. You did really good with this one, I think.
Can I say something? We followed all of the rules. We checked all the boxes. You know, the 50-foot high water mark, septic system, and, we did everything.
So clarification for me, so the township doesn't have any issues?
There was a variance that was granted.
For the septic, but
For the septic?
for this structure to go there, they don't care?
The township does not do variances or anything for the road. That's why they're in front of us.
Okay. Okay, and Shady Lane Road, I haven't been down there, but is that a 30 mile an hour or 25 mile an hour? What-
Take a look
It's
at
30 feet.
the road literally stops right at their property line, and the rest becomes their driveway in there.
Okay, okay.
So, and that's why obviously the township is okay with them putting
Yeah.
the septic system in the right of
Got it.
way there because
Yeah.
the road stops before them.
Would a field road be a best way to describe it?
Would be, very much.
A what road?
Field road.
Oh, yeah, okay, got it, yeah.
It's never going to be maintained by the township.
All right.
That is in there.
More like a tank track.
Pardon?
It's more like a tank track.
Yeah.
You can get a hay rack there with a tractor. Do we have any more questions from board for applicants or staff? George?
I'm good.
John?
Good.
Dave?
No.
Okay, at this time, I'm gonna ask if there's any public testimony. Is there any public testimony? Is there any public testimony? Can I get a motion to close the hearing?
I'll make a motion to close the hearing.
Can I get a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, Barry made a motion, Rob second. Is there any final discussion? Then all in favor of closing the hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say sorry. Public hearing is now closed. We will now move on to the findings of facts. All right, the variance is to construct a 1,620 square foot residential dwelling with attached garage and covered entry less than 30 feet to the right-of-way and less than 63 feet to the platted center line of Shady Lane classified as a township road. Question number 1. The proposed use is allowed in the zoning districts in which the subject property is located. Mike?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
I'm also a yes, and I believe this was a R1, just to clarify. Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Number 2, The variance will be in harmony with the general purpose and the intent of the official controls, yes or no? Mike?
Yes, living goals number 4.
John?
Yes.
I'm a yes, but I'd also put on here, our purpose is to move things away, which they have significantly done this time around. So this is moved out of the shoreland. Barry?
Yes, they're actually improving the situation out there quite a bit.
Rob?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes, for stated reasons.
Number 3. The variance will be consistent with comprehensive plan, yes or no? Mike?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. I'd like to do living goal number 3 and Lakeshore Living number 1 and 4. Does anyone need clarification on those? Moving on. Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
Yeah, what you said.
George? Dave? Number 4, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner, yes or no? Mike?
Yes.
John?
Yes, absolutely.
I'm also a yes, and it is reasonable to want to improve your living headquarters, and they are getting rid of the holding tank and improving it with the septic system. Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
Yeah.
George?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Number 5, the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property not created by the landowner. Yes or no? Mike?
Yes.
John?
Yes, it's my understanding they made quite an effort to mitigate all the issues.
I'm also a yes, but I'm going to add to meet the setbacks, this is the best option they have, the easement from the township granted. I'd also like to put on record there is a variance from the Minnesota Department of Health and changing the holding tank to a septic. Barry?
Yes, for those reasons that you mentioned.
Rob?
Yeah.
George?
Yes, the uniqueness of the property, this is the only place they can put it to try to abide by most things.
Dave?
Yes.
The variance, if granted, maintains the essential character of the locality, yes or no? Mike?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
I'm a yes. It will not change the residential character of the area. It's a very minimal traveled road. I don't think anyone's probably going to really know that there's something new back there. Just my opinion. So, Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
Yeah, it's not going to change anything.
George?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Number 7, the need for a variance involves more than economic consideration, yes or no? I'm going to say yes. Economics were not discussed. Mike?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Staff report, all must be affirmative to grant. All right. Can I get a motion to grant this variance?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to grant it.
Rob made a motion. Can I get a second? John made the second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Yes, aye. Good luck, you guys.
Third time's the charm.
Madam Chair, I'm going to have to request a break if we could, please.
All right, I'm going to make a motion to take a 5-minute recess. right, agenda item number 7 is an after-the-fact request from Gary and Donna Anderson of Plymouth, Minnesota from sections 999A, 10.211A, and 10.211A of the Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance 439. To leave as constructed 2 84-square-foot sheds less than 10 feet to the property line and a 400-square-foot deck, all less than 100 feet from the ordinary high water level and in the shore impact zone of Horseshoe Lake. Also to construct a new 15 by 10.5 three-season porch addition less than 100 feet to the OHWL and in the shore impact zone of Horseshoe Lake. Ugh, it's a lot, mouthful. Said ordinance requires sheds to be 10 feet to a property line and sheds, a deck, and a three-season porch to be outside the shore impact zone and 100 feet to the OHWL of Lake Classified Recreational Development. Affected property is part of Government Lot 3, Section 25, Munson Township. Property's address is 21127 State Highway 22, Richmond, Minnesota. I'll take a roll call on who all visited. John?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Barry? Yes. Rob?
Yes.
George? Dave?
No.
Mike? Staff report, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Some background information on the property. The applicants own a meets and bounds tract on Horseshoe Lake in Munson Township. They purchased the property in 1993. The tract contains 11,734 square feet, or 0.26 of an acre, in lot area, per the certificate of survey that was provided with the application. The property is in the R1 zoning district. Some history on the property. Per the Stearns County Assessor's records, in 1961, a 572 square foot residential dwelling with a 144 square foot deck on the roadside of the property and a 162 square foot deck on the lakeside were constructed prior to the official controls. In 1986, a 264 square foot residential dwelling addition was permitted and constructed. There are 3 after the fact portions to this request. The first one is an 84 square foot shed constructed in 1990 per our Stearns County Assessor's records. There's also a second 84 square foot shed that was constructed in 1980 per the Stearns County Assessor's records, and a 456 square foot deck that was constructed without a permit in 2005 per the Stearns County Assessor's records. The actual proposal is to construct a 15 by 10.5 three-season porch addition on the lake side of the residential dwelling. The area is currently used as deck space. The addition will be 46 feet from the ordinary high water level and partly in the shore impact zone of Horseshoe Lake. The property is in the Shoreland Overlay District of Horseshoe Lake Classified Recreational Development. Horseshoe is on the list of impaired waters for mercury and fish. The existing impervious lot coverage is 15.1%. The proposed impervious lot coverage will remain the same since the request is to be going on the existing deck that is already impervious. The subsurface sewage treatment system was certified compliant in 2025. Munson Township, Sauk River Chain of Lakes Association, Sauk River Watershed District, Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, and property owners within 500 feet have been notified of this request, and we have not had any other correspondence.
Jamie, I need clarification on number 1, the 84 square shed, 7, what, you said that was permitted in 19...
Nope, Madam Chair, members of the board, none of the sheds were permitted. Those are all after the fact requests.
Okay.
One was constructed in 1990 per the official control.
Number 1?
Number 1 was
Was
constructed in
constructed-
1990
Okay.
per our assessor's records.
Okay, thank you. And then to clarify, we purchased the property in 1993? Okay.
Yep.
Okay, and then number 2 was constructed in
1980 per the assessor's records.
And number 3 was done in 2005.
Number 3 was the expansion. There was a deck on there of 162 square feet from 1961. Our photos indicate that sometime around 2025, that was enlarged to 456 square feet.
Okay.
No, 2000, it was a lot earlier than that, early 2000s.
Early 2000s?
2005, your
That's when we,
documentation.
that's when I saw it on our aerial photo.
Okay.
And our previous, our earlier photo from that was 1998, and it's black and white, and it's, you can't distinguish that close.
Okay.
So that was our first real aerial photo with good clarity
Good
to
clarity.
see it.
Okay.
So I don't know when exactly it was constructed. You can probably tell us.
Okay.
Early 2000s.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. And you're done with your report, correct?
Yes, I am. Thank you,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
I have a question for applicants. So you guys, the 400 square deck, well, number 3 on here, in 2005 or 2000, you said, did you guys do this?
It was done after we purchased the property.
It was done after you purchased the property. So is there a reason, just out of curiosity here, why you never obtained a permit?
Lack of knowledge, I guess, for me.
Okay, sorry. I'm not, thank you for answering that.
I've got a question for staff. The
Oh, gosh. Hold on. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, mailing address is 12410 46th Avenue North, and that's in Plymouth, Minnesota.
12410 46th Avenue North, Plymouth, Minnesota. Donna Anderson.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about jumping the gun there. I just, it was on my brain. So, okay, that was my question for clarification. Thank you. Anyone else?
Okay, so is the, isn't there a square footage where you can build and you don't have to have a bed? Is it 150 square feet or something like that?
Madam Chair, members of the board, the current ordinance allows for a 150 square foot structure to be constructed without a permit or less. So 150 square foot or less. However, there is one criteria, and that is the structure has to meet all of the required setbacks of today's ordinance. So it has to meet property lines, it has to meet lake setbacks, it has to meet road setbacks. So you don't need a permit for it, but it has to meet setbacks. Thus the reason these two structures are in front of you today, because they're not meeting those setbacks.
Okay, so I have a question for applicant. Are those structures attached to the ground or are they movable?
You're talking the deck?
No, I'm talking about the sheds.
Oh, no, they're attached, they have footings.
Okay, thank you.
I'd say footings. They're attached to the ground.
Thank you.
Jeannie, can you when did the official controls come into play? What year? So, okay, just to clarify then, it's fair to say that number 1 and number 2, even though they were permitted in 1980, they weren't permitted in 1990 and 1980.
Wasn't required,
It wasn't required.
square foot wise, right?
Just
Well,
to clarify?
Let's
Go ahead,
back up a
Jamie.
little bit, okay? We recently changed our ordinance to say 150 square foot structures did not require or do not require permits now. Back then, there were requirements for these, but we can't say that they need to have a permit now because our ordinance says they don't need to have a permit. So basically what you're trying to determine right now is these aren't meeting setbacks today.
Correct.
They don't need a permit, but they do need to meet the setbacks, and they're not meeting the setbacks of today.
Of today.
So if let's say that you guys grant all of their variances, right? We won't be putting those 2 sheds on the permit that they apply for the 3-season porch because they don't require permits. However, we would have it documented for future reference that a variance was granted to leave those in that location. Does that make sense what I'm saying for everybody? To clarify all that?
Thank you.
So I get further clarification from staff. So, are there neighboring properties that are close by these sheds?
Neighbors on both sides.
Okay. They don't care? So I guess question for staff, what if one of the neighbors sells their place and then they come in and they do a survey and they say, these folks' sheds are not within the specs? What happens then? Do we know?
Well, if you guys allow them to keep them there by granting the variance, they now can stay where they
Good.
are,
Okay.
correct? And the neighbors won't be able to say anything because they've come in front of you, and assuming you granted them, they would be able to stay there.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I have a question for applicant. So you're gonna construct a 15 by 10 and a half, three-season porch addition. The existing deck is 456 square feet. That's in addition to the existing deck off to the side. You're not screening in an addition, the existing deck, are you?
Yeah, it's going on the existing.
It is, so that is part of the existing deck, okay.
And Jamie, just to clarify, this one they have to apply for a permit. Okay, question for applicants, and, okay. So when you guys did the after-effect one here, the 400 square deck, 46 feet, you just did it. You, lack of knowledge, right? So now, moving forward, we're asking for permission. Is this because we gain knowledge now? I mean,
Well,
do,
yeah, you learn things over time.
yep.
I think we have dealt with the township before, and in this particular case, our builder went to the township with this thought in mind, and the township said, you're gonna have to go before you guys, and that's why we're here.
Okay, and thank you for clarifying that. Any more questions for applicants or staff board members? George? John?
I,
Not at
you,
the moment.
you'd mentioned their footings. I mean, are these sheds on concrete foundations, or is it just, did you just set them up on a footing?
I'll call them piers. I'm not sure if I'm using the right term. Piers, you know, they're.
You buy the cement, I know what you're talking about. You drop them in the ground and you can level them up.
Haven't really looked underneath, to be quite frank, but they're sitting on piers. It's not a footing all the way around.
Yeah.
It's piers.
Yeah, yeah, it's,
And I think if you look at the property, there's very little flat space. There's flat space up on top, some, and then a lot of it is sloped. And then one of the sheds is down lower where the dock is, and that's fairly flat. So there isn't very much.
so it's not like dragging them 50 feet and plopping them down. You'd be digging out the piers and putting them in.
My understanding is a shed can't be within 10 feet of the house property, if I understand correctly. We couldn't move it close to the cabin.
Yeah, okay.
Correct. They would have, if they were to move the shed, it would need to be more than 10 feet from the actual dwelling.
We're kind of locked in.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. Is there room to move those two sheds and be compliant with current?
I would probably have to scale out that survey to see. It looks like this one would have the ability to be moved. I don't know that this one would be able to be moved, because that's literally 10 feet would probably put it here, so it probably wouldn't be meeting the setback if they were to just pull it off of that property line there. So I would say you would have a chance here because this is 7 feet, so they would need to move it 3 feet over. But they're not gonna be able to meet the 100-foot setback from the lake, so, just because there's not probably 100 feet to do that.
So the answer would be no.
Well, it's kind of built into it. A hill. There's a grade you can see from that.
Well, when you look at, when you look at the property and the neighboring property and whatever, and you learn every night when you're here. But sheds, sooner or later, you have to replace them, especially when they're just, blocked up. Is there any way that the sheds can just stay there and then be dealt with later, or do we have to make a determination?
So, Madam Chair, members of the board, obviously you're going to have to either grant or deny. There is an option where you could place a condition that if it becomes in disrepair, it can't be replaced in that location without coming back in front of you. That would be an option you guys would have.
I'm just thinking about the future sale of the property, as this continues to grow in lake growth. Is the property, 15 years from now, the sheds are junk, is the property worth more if the sheds are gone?
Well, we use it as a cabin, and the lower shed is basically fishing and dock and stuff like that. The upper shed is basically yard maintenance and things of that nature. They're pretty small sheds. We don't have garage.
And it's really not about the sheds, it's if I buy the property next door, I own the property next door, and the person goes, I'd like to buy the property, but I can't I don't want that shed that close, and they go, well, the county has granted a variance on that shed. I don't know if maybe I'm just getting too granular with my thought pattern here. I mean, I understand your motivation to have a 3-season porch, and there's a way we can.
Well, the sheds were there when we bought it.
I don't have the answer to that
Talked
question.
to both neighbors and haven't seen about it. At least the current neighbors. I can't speak for future.
But I like, Barry, what you're talking about there with those sheds. It's a way for us to correct the situation over time.
Are there any more questions for staff or applicant board members? George?
No.
John?
No.
Rob?
No.
Barry?
No.
Dave?
No.
All right. Then I'm gonna ask, is there any public testimony? Is there any public testimony? Is there any public testimony? Can I get a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Dave made a motion. Can I get a second? Second by Mike. Final discussion. We're gonna, all in favor to close the hearing? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, public hearing is now closed. So how do you guys wanna do, we're gonna do the after the fact first, okay? And there is 3 of them. Do we wanna do any of them together, all separate? Number 4 listed on here, the new construction we're gonna do last. So we're gonna do the after the fact first. I would like to conjoin number 1 and 2 together.
2 sheds. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so we're gonna do number 1 and number 2 together. Yep, the 84 square shed. Okay, the next after the fact, after that one we're gonna do is the deck, okay? Yep, number 3. And then the third variance we're gonna do is the new construction. Okay, are everyone's in favor of this? Okay. All right, so the first variance we're gonna do is the after the fact for an 84 square shed, 7 feet to a side property line, 20 feet to the ordinary high water level, and in the shore impact zone of Horseshoe Lake classified recreational development. And the second one is an 84 square foot shed, 0 feet to a side property line, 43 feet to the OHIWL, and in the shore impact zone of Horseshoe Lake. Okay, so question number 1. The proposed use is allowed in the zoning districts in which the subject property is located. And I'm gonna say yes to this. I believe it was R1. Okay, so Barry,
Yes.
Rob,
Yeah.
George,
Yes.
Dave, Mike,
Yes.
John.
Yes.
Okay. Number 2, the variance will be in harmony with the general purpose and the intent of the official controls of any related ordinance. Yes or no? Rob? I can circle back.
It's not.
Do you ever,
The overall goal is to protect the water of Stearns County. And by having those that close to the water, it's going against that.
okay. Barry,
I'm a no as well, and I concur with Rob.
Dave,
Yeah, I've got to say no.
George,
No.
John,
I'm gonna say yes on that. At the time that they were constructed, I believe they would have been, met the general purposes intent of the official control at the time they were constructed.
okay. Mike,
No.
I'm also a no. Number 3, the variance will be consistent with the comprehensive plan, yes or no? George,
Yes.
Well, George is looking. I'll say no under nature goals number 1. It's not often we can actually do something to restore. But nature goal number 1 is preserve, restore, and protect natural system.
Barry,
Yeah, I'm a no.
Dave,
No.
George, I'm circling back.
I'm no.
John,
I'm gonna go yes, the same as number 2. I think at the time it was constructed, it was consistent, well, there was no plan at that time.
just to clarify that, staff, there would have been an official control installed in 1973, correct?
Yes, the official controls would have been in place and a permit would have been required for any structures within shoreland. It's only a recent change that said we don't need a permit for it, but they said they still need to meet the setbacks. So,
Mike?
No.
And I'm also a no. Number 4, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner, yes or no? I'm gonna say yes, it's reasonable to have storage sheds on a property. Barry,
I'm a yes.
Rob,
Yes.
George, Dave,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
John. Number 5, the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property not created by the landowner, yes or no? I'm gonna say yes to this. They didn't create it. It is how they purchased it. It was created by previous owner, and I'd also like to add that there is a unique configuration to this lot as well. Barry,
Yes.
Rob,
I'm gonna say no. You buy the problems. You own them when you sign that deed.
George,
I'm gonna say no, because this could be corrected. They're small structures.
Dave,
No.
Mike,
No.
John.
Yes.
Number 6, the variance, if granted, maintains the essential character of the locality, yes or no? Barry,
Yes.
Rob, sorry,
Yes, it wouldn't change anything. They're there already.
Dave. I'm also a yes. I do agree with Rob on that one. Mike,
Yes.
John,
Yes, after reviewing the property, I would agree.
George.
Yes.
Number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic consideration, yes or no? I'm going to say yes to this. Economics were not discussed. Barry,
I'm a yes.
Rob,
Yeah.
Dave,
Yes.
Mike, John,
Yes.
George. Staff report, all must be affirmative to grant.
Madam Chair, we have 3 questions that were answered in the negative, so you can't grant the variance at this time for that particular portion.
Okay. Can I get a motion to deny the the after effect of number 1 and number 2?
I'll move to deny the sheds.
George made a motion. Can I get a second?
I second it.
Second by Mike. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So 1 and 2 are denied. So now we're moving on to number 3. Number 3 is going to be an after the fact, a 400 square foot deck, 46 feet to the OHWL and in the shore impact zone Horseshoe Lake. Okay, number 1, is the proposed use allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located, yes or no? I'm yes, it is allowed in the R1. Rob?
Yeah.
Gary?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Number 2, is the variance in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the official controls? Rob?
No. The purpose of the shoreland rules is to guide development along the lake and protect them. And putting a 456 square foot, 54 feet too close to the water is not in harmony.
Barry?
I'll go yes. I think there's a lot of decks that probably don't meet the compliance.
A lot of them are closer than that when they're out in the lake.
Okay. Dave?
Just if I could first, point of clarification. Are we talking about a
We're talking about the 400 square deck, 46 feet.
separate from the porch?
Already there.
Yeah. So
Yep.
the area, gracious.
It's the existing deck. we're
It's the
talking about.
existing deck.
Yeah. Look at the survey, and it was in,
And that was constructed around that 2000, 2005 time.
this portion
By the property owner.
of the deck. Well, it's the deck. It's the whole deck without the new that would be added. So allowing the deck in front of the structure, and I think we have a photo. Oh, no, not that. I know we've got one somewhere. Oh, here, you can see the deck right at this edge.
Okay.
So the deck that goes along the front here.
All right, I will say yes.
Oh, shoot. Okay, who did I leave off on?
Barry,
Barry?
Rob,
Rob, no. Dave, yes.
Yep.
That's what I have so far.
correct.
Mike?
Yes.
John?
I struggle with this here. This is quite different than the other sheds that were there. Is it in harmony with the general purposes and intent? I guess I'm gonna have have to say yes. I think had he done the proper permitting in 2005, he would obtain the permit because it is probably consistent with the property there. But I do have a problem with the after fact, but long story short, I'll give it a yes.
George?
I'm going to say yes because I think the burden on the owner outweighs by the county's benefit.
And I'm also a yes, and I do agree with George on that one. Number 3, is the variance request consistent with the comprehensive plan? I'm going to say yes, living goal number 3. Barry?
I'm a yes with goal 3 as well.
Rob?
No, under resource policy number 1, adhere to adopted plans and regulations that maintain, restore, and enhance the county's water resources, and water resource policy number 2.
Okay. Dave?
I'll say yes.
Mike?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
George?
Same rationale as Rob.
Number 4, is the property owner proposing to use the property in a reasonable manner not permitted by any official control? I'm going to say yes, it's reasonable to have a deck on your home. Barry?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Rob?
I'm going to say no, it's not reasonable to encroach that far into the shore impact zone.
Mike?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
George?
I'm going to say yes for the same reason I said before. I think the burden on the owner is outweighed by the county's benefit.
Number 5, is the plight of the landowner due to circumstances unique to the property not created by the landowner? Yes or no? Rob?
Madam Chair, no, it's all the lots around there are just little pie-shaped things. There's nothing unique about that one.
Okay. I'm going to add to you with a no because he did create the problem. So, Barry?
I'm a no.
Dave?
Because of the same reason.
I can circle back.
Yes, please.
Okay. Mike?
No.
John? I can circle back.
Yes.
George?
No.
Okay, circling back to Dave? Or John?
I'm hung up on the not created by landowner. He did create the plight. I guess I have to go no on that one.
Okay. Dave?
Likewise, no.
Number 6, will the variance maintain the essential character of the locality, yes or no? George?
Yes, I haven't been there, but I'm sure there's decks on other structures around that area.
John?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. I do agree with George. Rob?
Yes, it's been there 20 years, so it wouldn't change anything.
Barry?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic considerations. I'm going to say yes. Economics were not discussed. Mike?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Barry?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Staff? Final?
You did have one that you answered in the negative, therefore you can't grant the variance.
Okay. Can I get a motion to deny the after the fact?
So before we do that, I question, so do they have to tear off the deck? What happens in a situation like this?
That's what you just voted for.
Yep, they'll have to remove it. They can put in a patio, as we've talked about, like things that are less than 12 inches in height,
Okay,
so that they have that opportunity.
I just want to clarify.
Yep.
Thank you.
I would like more clarification on the reason why it was, why the one item was no.
Madam Chair, number 5 was answered in the negative, which is the plight of the landowner.
Because you did this without getting what you needed.
The permit.
The permit. You never got a permit when you did this.
When you did the deck.
And you needed to have a permit when you did the deck.
Getting a permit now. We're trying to make it correct at this point in time.
Right, but when you constructed this, you didn't. You didn't meet any of the setbacks, nothing.
Right, so essentially for clarification for Board of Adjustment and for the landowner, when the reason you're looking at this as an after the fact is it was done prior to getting a permit. The rules did apply. He owned the property. It's a choice of the landowner at that time, and that was part of the discussion that you all had, is like when all of these things happened. You know, was it before the official control, after the official control? Well, all of it's in shoreland, it's all official control. Before the landowner purchased, after the landowner purchased. Are there options available? There are. The landowners could make a decision to put a step on and use a patio, something that's less than the 12 inches in height. As we discussed earlier, that's the parameters for the deck. So,
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to deny the variance request.
So are you saying now that there's no way we can build this porch?
they haven't heard the porch yet. They're only talking about the existing deck.
Okay, motion made by Rob to deny. Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
Second by George. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say aye. Okay, so that after the fact was denied. Okay, now we're moving on to the new
Request, yes.
request, and that is to construct. Okay, the new request is to construct a 15 by 10 and a half, 3-season porch, 46 feet to the OHWL and in the shoreland impact zone of Horseshoe Lake. Okay, everyone's on the same page. We're on the new one. All right, number 1 is the proposed use allowed in zoning districts in which the subject property is located. Yes or no? Rob?
Yeah.
Barry?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
I'm also a yes, and I believe that is R1 zone. Mike?
Just, I want to clarify something. That screened porch that's proposed there in the red would go on top of the existing deck?
Yes.
So if the existing deck...
Well, in essence, they could just cut it. They're going to have to remove the portion. If you grant this variance, they're going to have to remove the portion of the deck that is not underneath that screen porch. Because we're not going to make them tear that portion off and then rebuild it right back in that same place. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah, it does, except for the fact that they could just build a patio there over the whole thing to replace the existing
That's a
deck.
choice they could make.
Would be a choice they could make.
But this is for the addition, whether they put it on there or they put it down to that level, it still allow the addition that's in front.
And the addition square footage would additionally change, correct?
No, it would still be the same proposed that they're proposing. Same size they're proposing.
Okay, so, I'm sorry, we're on question number 1, so.
Everybody
two.
answered question 1.
Affirmative yes on number 1.
Okay, so now I'm on to John.
I'm a yes.
George?
Yes.
Okay, number 3. Is the variance request consistent with the comprehensive plan, yes or no? Rob?
Did we do 2?
Yeah, we gotta do 2 first.
You didn't do number 2.
I have a
Oh.
yes for George and a yes for John on
I'm
number 2.
sorry.
That is it. I'm sorry.
So we're finishing number 2.
And I'm also going to need a reason why, not just yeses, please.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't.
We're on
we're gonna
number
have to
2 again. Go back to number 2.
We're going to start over,
Okay.
okay? Number 2, is the variance in harmony with the general purpose and the intent of the official control? Yes or no? George?
I'm gonna say no, it doesn't meet the parameters of the distances.
John?
I'm going to say yes. I think a screen deck is within the general purpose of intent of the ordinance.
Mike?
Yes, for the same reasons as Joan.
Okay, I do agree with George, and I'm a no. Rob?
No. The purpose of the shoreland rules, again, is to guide development along lakes to protect their ecological, recreational, and economic value. Allowing something that big, that close to the water is not in harmony with the general purpose.
Barry?
Well, we already have a deck there, and if we're going to be making the deck smaller, I respect the shoreline management, but I'm a yes.
And Dave.
I'm a yes for the same reasons.
Okay, number 3, is the variance request consistent
Madam
with
Chair, can I just get a roll call on that? I'm missing
I have Barry as a yes,
Barry, yes.
Rob is a no,
Yep,
George is a no,
yep.
Mike is a yes.
Okay, Mike was a yes. That's one I was missing.
Yep,
Thank you.
Amy is a no, John is a yes, and Dave is a yes. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Number 3, is the variance request consistent with the comprehensive plan? Yes or no? Rob, I'm going to start with you.
No. Water Resource Policy number 1, adhere to adopted plans and regulations that maintain, restore, and enhance the county's water resources. Water Resource Policy 2, recognize the relationship between land use and water quality. And Lakeshore Living Policy number 1, limit the impacts of additional shoreland development. And Lakeshore Living Policy number 7, create riparian standards that balance the interests of both year-round and seasonal residents while protecting the natural resources that draw them to the lake amenities. So they're not just, if we grant it, we're not just affecting them, we're affecting everyone on the lake that ever comes out and uses the change.
Barry?
I'm going to go with the yes, 8, number 2. It maintains the neighborhood's residential character. I mean, I think it's less detrimental to the shoreline, the site, having the sheds gone and the porch, 3-season porch on. I'm a yes.
Dave?
I'm a yes. I think the properties on kind of a peninsula, I think it's a reasonable addition given the neighborhood. I'm going to say yes.
I'm a no. Mike?
I'm a yes. It kind of mitigates all the other stuff that's going on, and this, just a minor piece.
But you do know that the primary purpose is to manage and preserve the shoreline, right?
Yep.
Okay. John?
I'm a yes. I concur with Barry.
George?
No.
Number 4, is the property owner proposing to use the property in a reasonable manner not permitted by an official control? Yes or no? Rob?
No, they're 54 feet too close to the water.
Barry?
I'm a yes. I think this is reasonable. Yeah. Because of the, like David said about the peninsula and the land.
Dave?
Yeah, again, I'm being redundant, but it's a reasonable request, and so I'm a yes.
Okay. I'm also a yes. It's reasonable to want a screened-in porch. Mike?
Yes, for the same reasons you just stated.
John?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Okay. Number 5, is the plight of the landowner due to circumstances unique to the property not created by the landowner? Yes or no? Rob?
No, the lot size is very similar all the way around, and there's nothing unique there that says that we have to grant them a variance to be over 50% too close to the water.
Barry?
I'm a yes.
Can I ask what's unique to it?
The configuration of the lot as previously mentioned.
Okay. Dave?
Yes, the lot.
I'm also a no. Mike?
I'm a no.
John?
I'm a yes, in agreement with the previous comments.
George?
No.
Number 6, will the variance maintain the essential character of the locality? Yes or no? Dave, I'm going to start with you.
Yes, it certainly won't distract, in my view, from the neighborhood at all.
Okay. Barry?
I'm a yes. It's not going to distract.
Rob?
I'm gonna say no. I don't think there's any structures like that recently built that close to the water.
Okay. I'm a yes. I do think that it will not change the residential character of the area. Mike?
Yes, same
John?
Yes, after viewing the property, it's yeah, much in line with the surrounding property.
George?
Yes.
Okay, number 7. The need for the variance involves more than economic consideration. I am a yes. Economics were not discussed. George?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Rob?
Yeah.
Barry?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Madam Chair, we did have one question that was answered in the negative. That would be number 5. So it is a not granting the variance due to number 5.
Can we discuss that some more?
No,
That's
I'm
up to
sorry,
the
public
chair.
hearing is closed. Can I get a motion to deny the new addition?
Madam Chair, I'll move to deny.
Okay,
I'll second it.
all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say aye.
So I'm assuming the vote would be exactly the same, but let's go through it just to be on the safe side. Just so I catch everybody. So I had George and Rob would be in the negative because you made the motion and the second. And then who else voted in the negative, or voted to deny the request? Amy? Okay, I must have had someone else.
I did, but I recant my vote. I want to switch it to a yes. If I may, Madam Chair.
Okay. So on the motion itself, the motion is to deny because we had number 5, that was in the negative. I can't grant it because I have one in the, so those people who voted on number 5 in the no would be my guess as the ones who would continue. You voted yes on number 5.
I voted yes on number 5.
And number 5, I'm just verifying I had,
I have John and Dave are the only, or John, Dave, and Barry as yeses for number 5.
correct. Would that be accurate, that Mike?
Yes.
Okay, so Mike would be the other then. Okay, Mike, Amy. That would be the 4. Okay?
So George made a motion not to grant the new addition and Rob seconded.
Yep, and the motion passed to deny.
Deny.
At a 4-3.
Yes.
So we got
So
it.
you guys will need to talk to staff in regards on what you can do. Thank you for your time. All right, agenda item number 8.
It's on. Sorry.
An after the fact request from Joel and Marcy Stoley, did I say it right? Marcia? Morgan, Minnesota, from section 6.21G, 10.211A, 10.211A, and number 5, and 10.211B of the Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance 439, also section 6.21P of the Subsurface Sewage Treatment System Ordinance number 422. It is to leave as constructed a 96 square foot deck less than 30 feet from the top of a bluff and in the bluff impact zone. A 940 square foot deck less than 30 feet from the top of a bluff in the bluff impact zone. Less than 10 feet to a septic sewage tank and less than 20 feet to a septic soil treatment area. 108 square foot covered structure located on the deck, less than 10 feet to a residential building, less than 30 feet from the top of the bluff and in the bluff impact zone, an existing landing greater than 32 square feet, a 90 square foot shed that is being constructed on the landing less than 30 feet from the top of a bluff, in the bluff impact zone, and less than 75 feet from the ordinary high water level of Lake Coronas. A 430 square foot deck less than 30 feet from the top of a bluff in the bluff impact zone and less than 75 feet to the OHWL. And to construct a new 1,074 square foot attached garage dwelling addition less than 20 feet to a septic soil treatment area. Said ordinance requires decks to be located 30 feet from the top of a bluff, 75 feet to the OHWL, 10 feet to a septic sewage tank, and 20 feet to a septic soil treatment area. Covered structured sheds to be located 10 feet to a residential building, 75 feet to the OHWL, and 30 feet to the top of a bluff. Landings are limited to 32 square feet. Also, an attached garage dwelling addition must be located 20 feet to a septic soil treatment area. Affected property, lots 1 and 2 of Horton subdivision, section 34, Painesville Township. Property address is 14799 Linden Hill Drive, Painesville, Minnesota. Can I get a roll call on which members visited? Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
George?
No.
Dave?
No.
Mike?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Can I get a staff report?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. So some background information on the property. The applicants own lots 1 and 2 of Horton subdivision on Lake Coronis in Painesville Township. Horton subdivision was platted in 1940 prior to the official controls. The property owners acquired the property in 2018. The tract contains 27,473 square feet, or 0.63 of an acre in lot area per the certificate of survey that was provided with the application. The property is in the R1 zoning district. Some history on the property: in 1969, the 1,370 square foot residential dwelling was constructed prior to the official controls. So we have a few after the fact requests with this. Number 1 is a 96 square foot deck constructed without a permit on or after 2021 per our county aerial photography. Number 2, a 940 square foot deck constructed without a permit, of which 504 square feet was constructed in 1980 per the Stearns County Assessor's records, and 436 square feet that was added on or after 2021 per our county aerial photography. Number 3, a 108 square foot covered structure located on the deck that was added on or after 2010 per the county aerial photography without a permit. Number 4, a 132 square foot landing constructed prior to 2010 per our county aerial photography. Number 5 is a 90 square foot shed currently being constructed on the property, or it may be 80. And there, when I measured, I just had to ballpark because we only had one wall up. So it was, according to the property owners, it was 80 square feet that was going to be constructed there. Currently being constructed, correct. Number 6, a 143 square foot deck that was constructed prior to 2010 per our county aerial photography. And number 7, a 704 square foot detached garage constructed without a permit in 1980 per the Stearns County Assessor's records. The applicants are actually proposing to remove that. Okay? And then what they're asking for the request that's not an after the fact is the applicants would like to construct a 1,074 square foot attached garage and dwelling addition. The addition will be 13 feet from the septic soil treatment area. A variance has been granted by Painesville Township for this to be proposed 57 feet from the center line of Linden Hill Drive. The property is in the Shoreland Overlay District of Lake Coronis, classified general development. Coronis is on the list of impaired waters for fish bioassessments and mercury in fish tissue. The existing impervious lot coverage is 19.4%. The proposed impervious lot coverage will be 24.2% based on the survey that was provided with the application. The subsurface sewage treatment system was certified compliant in 2025. Painesville Township, Coronis Lake Association, North Fork of the Crow River Watershed District, Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, and property owners within 500 feet have been notified of this request. We also received one correspondence which has been provided to you guys and the property owners by email, and so I'm not going to read that entire correspondence.
Can you clarify number one, what year that was again?
Number one, we have that being on or after 2021.
And what was number two?
Number two was 504 of the 940 was constructed in 1980 per our assessor's records, and 436 square feet was added on or after 2021. So there was a portion that was added to that deck.
Thank you, Jamie. Any
Names and stuff?
Yes, can you guys, I'm sorry. Got my head around it. Can you guys state your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Joel Soley. Address is 215 Vernon Avenue, P.O. Box 406 in Morgan, Minnesota.
Marcia Soley, 215 Vernon Avenue, Morgan, Minnesota.
You guys purchased this in 2018, clarified, correct?
Yep.
And to our knowledge and the photos that we've seen, the deck was part of the original house built in 1969. I know somebody said it was later, but we've seen photos prior to that date that
That's what.
I'm sorry. Can you maybe clarify for some of our newer members, and maybe a refresher for me, on some of the bluff stuff?
I'm gonna let Jamie handle that one. Jamie's gonna be way better about the bluff. Essentially, we have the bluff and the bluff impact zone, and we don't allow for construction in those areas because of the highly erodible soils and the sensitivity. That's why we limit that area. So the answer is we don't allow for it. Now, did someone do something and build something there? It's apparent that that occurred. But that is normally why we don't allow it, is because of that steep slope and the highly erodible soils and the challenge that that can be for keeping everything intact. Jamie, go for it.
If you would like, I can read you our bluff definition. So that kind of will
I think it would be helpful for some of the
explain.
newer members.
Okay, so a bluff is a topographic feature such as a hill, cliff, or embankment having the following characteristics. Part or all of the feature is located in the shoreland area. We have the lake right there, clearly. The slopes rise at least 25 feet above the ordinary high water level. We have clearly 25 feet there. I mean, if you want to. Okay. The grade of continuous 50-foot horizontal transects from the toe of the bluff to the top of the bluff is at least 18%. So you have to have at least 18% to be considered in the bluff. At least one 50-foot transect is 30% slope. So we have to have at least one 50-foot segment that is 30% slope or not. 50-foot transects with less than 18% slope shall not be considered the bluff. So that's how we determine where the top of the bluff is, where it's no longer more than 18% slope. Okay? 50-foot transects located 50 feet from the transect with 30% or greater slope shall not be considered part of the bluff. And the slope must drain toward the water. And so what was determined was this is where the top of the bluff is. And so the 30-foot setback is represented by this line. Now we also have what is called the bluff impact zone, and the definition of a bluff impact zone is the land located within 20 feet of the top. So if you go back 20 feet here, that's where the bluff impact zone is. So anything that's touching that's less than 20 feet from here is considered in the bluff impact zone. Any questions on that portion?
Madam Chair, so, if I understand that correctly, the proposed, there's a lot of stuff going on with the decks, I don't know. But the addition.
So this is the proposed addition, this is meeting all of the bluff setbacks and everything. The only thing it is not meeting is, here's the septic drain field area. And if you look right here, it says 13 feet, it needs to be 20. So that's the proposed addition. All this other stuff is after the fact.
Right.
Some done by previous owners, and I'm gonna guess some of it might have been done by the existing property owners. And you guys, if you wanna have them clarify what they've done, feel free. You guys can proceed and ask any other questions that you might have.
Thank you for clarifying, and yes, applicants, lots of questions. So, I think I'm just gonna let you guys start.
Okay, as mentioned, we purchased the property in 2018. To the best of our knowledge, the house was constructed in 1969 by Harold Easterday. And as part of that construction, and I think you will, I submitted a few photos. You'll see there's the 1998 listing photo and a 2015 listing photo, which shows the deck, or the deck at that time. That deck has shown the joist run into the house. The joist run into the construction of the house. So our best guess is that was, the deck was constructed in 1940 along with the house. That is the deck facing the lake as well as the side deck.
There you go. Sorry. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to. I was trying to bring up the photo that you were showing. I apologize.
As well as the side deck. Those were all constructed along with the house in 1969. The reason for the 2015, I'm going to, actually I'll probably just go 1, 2, 3, 4. Number one, for the after the fact, this 96 square foot deck constructed without a permit on or after 2021. Yes, Marcia and I constructed that deck, and it was done, yes, I believe it was in 2021.
I'm talking about this one right now, right here.
Number one.
Yep, right here.
But that was constructed. We had a slider put, that's right off our master bedroom. We had that put in. There was a slider that was put in, and we constructed that deck. Ignorance as far as permitting, and so that's our construction. That's ours. Number two is the 940 square foot deck constructed without a permit, of which 504 square foot was constructed in 1969. I'm going to say it was in 1969. and 436 square foot was added on or after 2021. Now, the added portion, once again, that was something that we did. As you can see in the photos, 1998 listing photo and the 2015 listing photo, the railing, if you want to call it that, was actually an angled seating arrangement that was on the edge of the deck with a seat over here, some angle, and then a backrest. So it protruded about 3.5 feet over the edge of the deck. We have littles, we have grandchildren. That's not a safe thing. They tried to make it safer in the 2015 listing photo, and they added a backrest and another area underneath the seating to try to keep things from falling out. But okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. Right here, there's I guess a 1 by 12 that was added beneath the seat to, I guess, prevent people from falling. We didn't feel that was safe. We took that off. We enhanced. I'm going to say enhanced the deck. We put in. Don't have photos of it, but we put in posts, and we put in a header, another header along this side, and added, I believe, about 4 feet of decking. So that increased the size of the deck, as indicated in Jamie's report. And the side deck did not, basically, that did not increase at all. It was just the deck, the square footage of the deck facing the lake. So to that end, items 1 and 2. Items 1 is an after-the-fact construction without permit. That was ours. And number 2, an enhancement of the deck. The deck was the primary deck was constructed in 1969. And the deck that we have now, in addition to the support posts that we added cable railing all the way around, and so we made it safer and we made it more sturdy. We made it more usable. Number 3, 108 square foot covered structure located on the deck. That's the side deck that I referred to. That was, pardon me? I can't go back to the two. I can't do that. I want to, but I can't.
What do you want to do?
Go back to the 2015.
Yeah, if you go down to the 2015 photo, you can see that in there. Like photo number 1, I believe it was, Shelley. Yes. So if you scroll down to the 15, you can see the covered porch on there.
That's the covered. And actually, what it looks like to us is it was a gazebo kit that's purchased from Home Depot or Costco or Menards or whatever, but it's a kit. It is not attached to the house. It is attached to the deck, because if it's not, it's going to blow off. We get some pretty high winds, pretty hefty winds on that side of the lake. So that's the we call it the gazebo. That's that covered structure. I'm not going to get into whether it's a structure or not, but it's a gazebo. I think it's probably 12 by 12. I think that's what the dimensions are. That was a previous owner. That 2015 listing, we got that from Realtor.com. Or Flanders Realty, I'm sorry. Flanders No, nope, it's good. It's good. It's shingled. It's, yeah, covered. It's actually, yeah, very, very, it enhances the use of that space just for shade, shade purposes.
Excuse me a minute, but it's not attached to the house.
It is not attached to the house. Number 4, 132 square foot landing constructed prior to 2000. Okay, that is that item. That is on the stairway going down to the water. And once again, with the best of our knowledge, that was constructed by Mr. Easterday on or around when he was, when he built the property. Actually, no, I'm going to back up. That was after the washout. That's the other photos on page, page 1984 photos, page 1, 1984 photos, page 2. And this, I believe, is somewhat summarized in the letter that you received from Barb and Howie Schmidt. In 1983, there was a couple of days of very serious rain in the Lake Coronis area. As a result of that, anywhere from 15 feet to 30 feet of shoreline from on our house, the property that we currently own, and the property to the south slid down into Lake Coronis. And so and at that time is when the stairs were constructed down to the water. If you want to hold that photo right there, please, thank you. You can see the outline right there. That is what we had affectionately referred to as the outhouse. Mr. Easterday came to visit me a few years ago before he passed away, indicated that that structure is an actual outhouse. It was a 6x6 two-seater that was in a county park in Paynesville, and when they closed the park, he asked if he could have the outhouse. That's the outhouse. That is on that's what we call the first landing. Going down to the water, and if you, thank you. Stop at that photo right here. That's railing for that first landing. The top landing is right here. Going down, this is the first landing. That landing area, it's actually constructed of two separate. There's an initial landing area, or the main landing area, and then off to the, I guess, the north, or down off to the right as a person were going down the stairs, is a deck about 6 by 16 foot in which that outhouse was located, and where the 8 by 10 deck that we had been building, shed that we had been building, that's what we were, the outhouse had outlived its service. And so
it was never used for an
we
outhouse.
never used
It was a storage shed.
We never it was not an outhouse. But we never used it as a storage shed either, because by the time we got there, it was more used by mice and other critters than humans. So at some point, well, last fall, or last spring actually, spring of '24, we bought bought an 8 by 10 shed with the idea of putting it on there, just replacing the outhouse. In the fall of '24, amongst learning or going through this process, we learned, oops, we're the bluff line. Jamie had said stop constructing. We had already stopped constructing it because we knew it was not, it wasn't it was something that we needed to get, permission for, permit for, because we're in the bluff line. So, so that deck in which that, well, it's a shed, it's a storage shed, is part of the step system going down to the water. And once again, those, those stairs have been there, I believe, since at least 1984, when the slide took place. Other photos that were, those 1984 photos, page 1 and page 2 showed what was being done to reclaim the hill after the slide, after the bluff fell down. And
Yes, yes.
pardon me?
The firm hired out.
Correct.
From your
Correct.
neighbors.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. And so, at that point, and you can see right here, they sodded the entire hill. It was lawn, from the top of the bluff down to the water. And aside from the fact that I've got more photos that show them actually laying the lawn out, laying the sod out, when we bought the place, there was a 100-foot extension cord with knots tied in it that was used to walk a lawnmower across the hill, pull it up a knot, walk it across, pull it up a knot, walk it across. So they mowed the hill that way. For how long, I don't know. The people that we ended up buying the property from, George and
George
Edmondson,
Edmondson and Amber.
they, in 2013, they had contacted the Soil and Water, and they had attempted to implement grasses, native grasses and flowers into the hill. They went through a process. In fact, right now, even on the hill, you can't see it, but there's green netting, plastic netting that was used to control the hill and to maintain the hill while the grasses were growing through it. We have done our part as best we can to get it back to that. One thing that Mr. Easterday also did, unfortunately, was introduce crown vetch into the picture. I don't know if you're familiar with crown vetch, but it's like the zebra mussel of weeds. It multiplies. And between crown vetch and buckthorn, that was taking over the hill. So we've done our best to try to eradicate that through some spraying and through controlled burns between our property and the property to the south again. We're getting a handle on that. But that was a program that the Edmondsons had done with cooperation from the Soil and Water Department, trying to reclaim the hill, and we're trying to get that back also.
These photos were taken very shortly after we did the burn this year. Now the grasses are 2-3 feet tall. We've got a lot of milkweed and other flowers coming in, and it's really looking very nice.
Starting to fill in, but we still have crown vetch. So that's a battle we continue to wage. All right, then, so that's the 132 square foot landing constructed. That's that landing going down to the stairs. That 80-foot shed, new outhouse. That's that prop, or those items right there. The 134 square foot deck, go back to, if you would please, the 1984 photos. structure as it is today. We call that the overlook. If you go to, please go to the 84 photo, next one, right there, that's being constructed. As indicated in Ms. Schmidt's letter, there's an ash tree that is in the middle. Those are the timbers that are being, that ash tree is still there. So that overlook was constructed to maintain that ash tree and to keep that there. This ash tree are still there. Those are the larger. That's the ash tree that's in the middle of the overlook right now. So that overlook is built into it's built into the hill. It's dug into the hill with and secured with 2x4s, 2x6s, and actually it's probably what saved that ash tree from falling down also over the years. Then the drains, and getting back to the, if we go to page 2 of the photos, please, or page, photo 3. Yes, you can see there, as a result of the rains, I think if you scroll up or scroll down on the photos, yep. There were some drains that were put in our property and the property of our neighbor to try to divert any water running down from, you can see right here, that's a pipe that runs down. That's a pipe that runs down from a drain in our backyard down to the lake. And keep going up. I thought I had one in there.
Well, basically, we have 3 drains on our property.
Oh, yes.
And then there are some on the neighbor's
Page 3,
property
there,
as well, so that it won't ever rain so much to allow a wash.
That's the other drain.
Are those drains connected like a tile line? Are they not?
They're PVC pipe, 2 pipes that run down into
Are you connected to your neighbor or individual?
Individual.
Okay.
Actually, I think this one, and our neighbor to the south, they do connect before they get to the pipe, and the pipe is it's above ground that runs down the hill. There's a pipe on the far north or far south of our neighbor's property, a pipe that's in the middle, basically on our property lines, and then another pipe that runs on the far north of our property that run down to the water that can carry any excess water. So to that end, that was their solution to fixing the runoff or the saturation, if you will, of water running down the hill. So I'm not minimizing the concern about bluff area, bluff line, but I think we're taking care of the bluff as best we can with what and try to do it in the manner in which it was taken care of before we got there. We're trying to, like I said, introduce the native grasses, and we do have an oak tree growing right about there. As far as we can tell, there's never been a tree on that hill since 1984. The bottom 10 to 15 feet of the shoreline is field stone, field rock. That was brought in to take, I suppose, to a certain extent, support the hill itself, but also, as a lot of properties on lakes, to help take care of the erosion issue of waves lapping up against the shoreline and weakening the shoreline. So that our whole properties, I think every property basically along our side of the hill has that 10 to 15 foot fieldstone buffer at the bottom of the bluff.
Maybe you should stop and see if people have questions.
I'm just rolling. I'm getting rolling here.
That's everything on the after the fact, I believe.
Then,
If we have some board members that have some questions. That's why I say, yes, we need to.
please do.
Board members who have questions.
Wow, you got a lot going on.
We're trying.
Well, I guess that's, as we're here, when we purchased the property, there's nothing in our purchase agreement that says, oh, this isn't permitted, and this isn't permitted, and this is in the bluff line, and that's not in the, so our main goal is we want to fix this, so, because this is going to be our forever home.
Yes.
And when we're no longer able to live there, we don't want somebody else to have to go through. I mean, we've been working on this process for over 2 years, and we just want to make things right, and we want to live there because we absolutely love it. But there's, the garage addition and a little extra living space is something that we need. We have 11 grandchildren and, family gatherings with 20 to 40 people, and we just need a little more space, and we want to be able to enjoy it.
Which we'll get to, but if you have more after the
Well, you're gonna tear that garage down, right?
Correct. Well, actually, hopefully, we're gonna move it. Our neighbor just bought a house, our neighbor. There's a house right next to it that just sold. We have hopefully going to be moving the structure. He's gonna take it and do what he's gonna do with it, because then we don't have to pay to tear it down.
On the lake there.
Be seeing that one.
Yeah, we'll be seeing.
We've already talked about that.
Yep.
Yeah, so that will be gone. If it doesn't work that he can't move it or doesn't want to move it, it will get torn down. But that will no longer exist.
Okay, so number 7 is marked off.
Jamie, the bluff impact zone is highlighted by those 2 yellow lines, right? Okay. What's to the left of the left yellow line? What's that called? Yeah.
B bluff.
Is the bluff.
That'd be like where the stairs go down.
So between, don't want to. Yeah, all the construction, I guess, towards the lake is in the bluff line. Our house is in the bluff impact zone. As far as the new, or any more questions on the after the fact things? I'm sorry.
Yeah, what are you trying to accomplish? You want to move the garage?
Well, we
Or
will
get rid of the garage.
We will get rid of the garage.
But that'll only be if your variance for the new garage is approved.
Well, the permit for the, yeah, I suppose there's a variance on the 13-foot. But yes, between the permit and the variance for the new garage, correct.
And you're gonna keep the decking as it is.
Hopefully.
Hopefully,
absolutely.
that's.
Yes.
Well, in your
Yeah, right.
application, it says is that you acknowledge it's an unpermitted structure, item number 1, and that you're gonna make it right.
But
So that's
we
gonna
want-
go away then.
Well, we want to make it right, whether we need to, I guess that's why we're asking for the after the fact.
Well, if that's what you said. If that's what you're gonna do, then we don't have to deal with that at all. If it's gonna go away.
No, well, number 1 won't go away.
That's what it says, item number 1.
No.
his request is to leave this deck as is. Is the deck, or sorry, the garage.
Existing three-stall garage.
What am I not understanding? It says, it is acknowledged this deck is an unpermitted structure, and we are willing to remedy that situation. The only way you can remedy it is remove it.
No, by requesting a permit.
So they're requesting a variance is their remedy. You have to decide if you're okay with their request on each of these items.
I read it
So-
different than
Because their intention, as they've requested after the fact for 1 through 6.
well, they're not going to remedy it. They want us to remedy it. for 'em.
Yes, that's essentially, it's the Board of Adjustment would be remedy it by granting variances to items 1 through 6.
And to that end, with the, yeah, we have the variance from the county, or from the township for the township road, inside that 63-foot. The 13-foot area, 13-foot distance from the drain field. That's the corner, also the corner of the existing house, the northeast corner of the existing house is 13 foot. That's where the new structure or the proposed addition will go to the east. And so that 13-foot area is, or distance is as close to that will be. It will otherwise be further, just a bit further away from the drain field.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, if I could, the erosion mitigation steps that you took with the piping and whatnot,
Those were done before us.
that was done before,
That was the original
That
owner
was done
in
in
1984.
was the county involved in that? Do they,
Have no idea.
is that, would this be a reasonable thing today to, in a lot like this, to try to, or,
Which you do have plans. And we're trying to enhance it as well with flowers and things. Because some of the old plants have died off over time.
Madam Chair, just for Member Benchard's information, if we had major slope failure, we would work with a soil and water conservation district, but it would require permitting now to make sure it meets all the standards and requirements. When you have a major slope failure, I'm sure it was just all hands on deck. Everybody came in and tried to manage it in 1984. But at this point, we're looking at the structures, not the slope. We're saying it's still a bluff. What do you guys want to do with all the 1 through 6 items?
but I guess what I'm just trying to understand is, this kind of action done today would not necessarily change the bluff impact zone issue.
No, it would still be a bluff impact zone issue. We would still have a bluff. We would still require, or actually we would say, manage your stairways really carefully, keep them above grade, which is good. But we don't allow for additional structures in the bluff impact zone.
And I think you were also referring to the drain system they put in. Would that be appropriate today? I don't know, but I mean,
Yeah, I mean, but doing that, does that move the needle at all as far as, any of these decks that are in that bluff impact zone now? I mean, I guess what I'm just trying to understand
Maybe in 1984 it may have been, when the engineers were hired.
So I guess the answer to the question is, it doesn't, today, it wouldn't move the needle.
Today, no, but
Today,
probably not.
Yeah, would it be a solution today?
but would it be the one that Soil and Water recommend?
No.
I'm guessing probably not.
Probably be a
They
lot
would
of
want
other
some sort of
alternatives.
filter before it dumps from the top into the lake.
But it could have been in
I would
1984.
That's just a 100% guess. I don't work with those types of projects at all.
It would
But
look
I'm
different
guessing a
today.
conduit
It
right
would
to the lake would
absolutely,
not
and
be.
that could have been the most conservative approach back in 1984.
Right, I'm not condemning anything they did in 1984. They managed a slope failure, that's what they did. The issue is everything that happened after 1984, which is construction of things that didn't have permits, and that's what you're here for.
Right.
In our packet is the site visit from Nick Newman, who does the water stuff for a living.
Correct.
And he says very substantial bluff exists on property with highly erodible loamy and sand soils classified as 207E, whatever that is, with extreme slopes. Significant bluff erosion and partial bluff collapse into Lake Coronis occurred approximately 350 feet to the south of this property last year. Reduction of uses, structures, and impervious in the bluff and the bluff impact zone should be prioritized. Bluff setbacks are in place to maintain integrity of the slope and reduce runoff on the slope into the lake. This is a guy who knows.
I can try to qualify that. The area that he's talking about, 350 feet to the south, is a vertical area. It's a very vertical area, which I'm assuming is what that looked like in 1984 or 1983, is a vertical area. And so, yes, there was new construction in the Stonegate development that probably enhanced or exacerbated that vertical area, which caused some of the slide. So I don't know what they're doing there, but I would not equate our situation, our bluff area, to that bluff area. It's a night and day difference.
Nick Newman didn't associate yours with that at all. He just said that it happened 350 feet south. What he says is the reduction of uses, structures, and impervious in the bluff and bluff impact zone should be prioritized. He's talking about your property. He's not talking about the neighbors.
I think he implies that he's equating our property
No,
to that.
no,
I think he is.
you can't read that in there anyhow.
And we are doing,
And
we are managing. He was there when we had just burned, so the grasses weren't established. If he came back today and he saw where we are not mowing, I think he would be pleased to see that. The slope of this hill is, and the neighbors to the south, is much less than anything else along Linden Hill. Our other neighbors say they wish they had less of a slope. Theirs are pretty straight down.
Sure.
This one was engineered to be less
Mr. Newman,
detrimental.
his suggestion for your property is remove impervious areas, patios, decks, and sheds from the bluff and the bluff impact zone. He's trying to get you to stabilize your property so it doesn't slide into the lake like it did years back.
And that's our job here tonight, is to say, should all this stuff be gone?
Yep.
Basically, that's what we're.
And that, if you remember from Barb Schmidt's letter, that overlook, that deck that's in the bluff, was added to try to stabilize
tree,
that bank.
absolutely.
Right, and stabilize that bank
I
to
walked
some
on that,
extent.
yeah. I know what you're talking about there.
But again, that was
that
before
one-
us. That's just.
That one serves a legitimate purpose, absolutely.
Okay, okay, last time, does everyone have their questions answered?
guess,
No.
does taking that, the overlook, I guess it's called, does taking that out, is that, well,
That one's got the tree in it.
Number 6 is the overlook, correct? Yeah.
oh, okay, it's cement, okay, all right.
How high is it off the ground?
Not very.
From the, it's probably about 4 feet.
Yeah.
About 4 feet. There's a 4 by, there's a 6 by 6, so it's probably 4 feet. 3 or 4 feet.
But then again, being devil's advocate, it's in the plot.
It is.
But that serves a purpose.
Right.
And if you take it out.
So,
Okay, well,
so the,
what do you want to do?
Madam Chair, I think they all have to be separate. They're very different.
so it's the deck portion of that overlook, that's the issue. Got it, got it.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I think for clarity, we almost have to go through them one by one, don't
I
you?
agree.
Agreed.
Bring it on.
Okay, number 1.
Before we do that, is there any public testimony out there times 3? Okay. I'll make a, can I get a motion to close the public?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll second it.
That was Barry?
Yes.
Okay, formally closing. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All say aye. All right, public hearing is now closed. Findings of facts. Okay, we are going to do these separately. All right.
Number 1 is the one that
No. Yep.
Oh, okay.
That's number 8. Okay, so this. Okay, so starting with number. Oh gosh. Okay, hold on. Hold on, I gotta find my.
And how high is that off the ground? Number 1?
Okay, number 1 is an after the fact. Number 1 identified on the map in pink is a 96 square deck, 15 feet from the top of the bluff and partially in the bluff impact zone. All right, question number 1. Is the proposed use allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located, yes or no? George?
Yes, the use is allowed in an R1.
Okay. John?
Yes, concur with George.
Mike?
Yes, based on the word use.
I'm also a yes. Rob?
Yes.
Barry?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Okay. Number 2. Is the variance in harmony with the general purpose and the intent of the official controls?
Madam Chair, I'm going to say no.
Okay. Rob?
Same disregarded the permitting process and it's in the bluff impact zone.
Okay, I need a clarification on that one before I make a decision. That deck is attached to the previous one that's there, correct? That one's by itself, but that's attached to the house, correct? Okay. All right. Okay, so Rob was a no. Dave?
So,
I can circle back.
yeah, I'm struggling because I understand it's in the bluff impact zone. It's on the, I guess I have to say no. It's close to the being out, but yeah, no.
Okay. Barry?
No.
I'm also a no. Mike?
No, it's in the bluff zone.
John?
No.
George?
No.
Okay. Number 3, is this variance request consistent with the comprehensive plan? Yes or no, and state specifically which goals or objectives are met or may not be for the record. George?
Go on, somebody else.
Okay. John?
Yeah, continue on, please.
Mike?
I'm looking for my reason.
Rob?
I'm going to say no under nature goals. Preserve, restore, and protect important natural systems. Not only protecting the slope, but you're protecting Lake Coronis also.
Barry?
With our mission and the lake and everything, I have to say no.
Dave?
Yeah, I concur with Rob. There is history here. I have to say no as well.
Okay. I'm gonna be a no, but I want to put on record too that this was constructed in 2021. George?
I'm a no for nature goals, water resources, policy number 1, adhere to adapted plans and regulations that maintains, restore, and enhance the county's water resources. This impacts that.
John?
I'm a no also with the reasoning, but also agree with you, Amy, that it was constructed in 21 when they were aware of the existing ordinance.
Mike?
I'm a no.
Okay. Number 4. Is the property owner proposing to use the property in a reasonable manner not permitted by an official control? I'm going to say yes to this. It is reasonable to want a deck coming off your door. Dave?
I agree, yes.
Barry?
I'm a yes, I agree.
Rob?
I'm going to say no. It's not reasonable to put more impervious cover in the bluff impact zone there, especially when your land's fallen away once already.
Mike?
I'm a yes. Reasonable.
John? George?
Yes.
Number 5, is the plight of the landowner due to circumstances unique to the property not created by the landowner? Yes or no? George?
I'm going to say no. The landowner created it.
John?
I'm a no. It was created by the landowner.
Mike?
No.
I'm also a no. On record, he did state it was his ignorance. Rob?
No.
Barry?
No.
Dave? Number 6, will the variance maintain the essential character of the locality? Dave?
It's in the impact zone, clearly. I mean, but it wouldn't necessarily distract from the character of the locality. So in a general sense, I'd say yes.
Okay. Barry?
I agree with Dave, yes.
Rob?
Yeah.
I'm also a yes. Mike? John?
Yes.
George?
Yes, it's already there.
Number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic consideration. Yes or no? I'm going to say yes. Economics not discussed. Dave?
Yes.
Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Staff report results.
Madam Chair, 3 were answered in the negative. Therefore, you cannot grant.
Okay. Can I get a motion to deny?
I'll move to deny the variance on this deck.
A motion made by George. Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
Second by John. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say aye. Okay, so moving on to number 2. Number 2 identified in pink on the map up there. Number 2 is a 940 square foot deck in the bluff impact zone, partially over the top of the septic sewage tank and 0 feet to a septic soil treatment center. Okay. Number 1 is the proposed allowed in a zoning district in which the property is located, yes or no? I'm gonna say yes in an R1. George?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Rob?
Yeah.
Barry?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes, deck's allowed.
Number 2, is this variance in harmony with the general purpose and the intent of the official controls? George?
Madam
Yep.
Chair, can I ask a question to
Yep.
staff? This is the above-ground deck.
Number 2 on the map.
Yeah, but there's stuff underneath
Yeah.
too, but it's the deck that was on the house when you bought it. Right.
Okay, number 2, is the variance in harmony with the general purpose and the intent of the official controls? Yes or no? Rob?
I say no, the official controls want access to the septic tanks and the soil treatment center or area.
They are accessible. It's above.
10 feet above the ground.
Okay, Barry?
Yes.
Dave?
I'm gonna say yes. I mean, this deck across the lakeside, that was in 1969 before there were controls in place, right? I mean,
Yes.
I'm gonna say yes.
I'm a yes. I agree with Dave. If this was 1969, because official controls didn't come into play until 1973. Mike?
I want to vote yes.
John?
Yes.
George?
Normally, I'd say no, but I'm going to say yes because I think the burden to the owners is outweighed by the benefit to the county.
Okay, thank you, George. Number 3, is this variance request consistent with the comprehensive plan state specifically which goals or objectives are met or not met for record? George?
Pass.
John? Mike? Rob?
I'm going to say no underwater resource policies. Number 1, adhere to adopted plans and regulations that maintain, restore, and enhance the county's water resources. That's the purpose of the not building and being over the top of the bluff and the bluff impact zone.
Barry?
I agree.
Dave? I can circle back.
Yes.
I'm gonna disagree with you, Rob. This was done prior to the official control, so I do think, under living goals number 3, that we are to support.
But the owners have added on to it since then.
Well, but this also was there before that too, so that's where I'm at, okay? So I think, George?
I'm going to, because it already exists, I'm going to say yes because, again, the same reason I used before. I think the burden to the owners is outweighed by the benefit to the county.
John?
I'm a yes.
Mike?
I'm a yes.
And then I believe I had Dave left.
Yeah, I'm gonna go yes as well. It predates local controls and it's a reasonable thing to
Okay, number 4, is the property owner proposing to use the property in a reasonable manner not permitted by official control? Yes or no?
Madam Chair, I'm gonna say yes, the deck is reasonable on the lake.
Barry?
I say yes, for the same reason.
Dave?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. Mike?
Yes, the deck was
John?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Number 5, is the plight of the landowner due to circumstances unique to the property not created by the landowner? Yes or no? I'm going to say yes to this because they did not create it. This was created before then. Dave?
Yes. There's a number of sales, sounds like on this property over the years, and
Well, there's factual pictures for this as well. So, Barry?
I mean, yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Number 6, will the variance maintain the essential character of the locality, yes or no? George?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Mike?
yes.
Rob?
Yeah.
Barry?
Yes.
Dave?
yes, decks are a consistent thing.
And I'm also a yes. There are other homes that have these on as well. Number 7, the need for variance requires more than economic consideration. I'm going to say yes, economics not discussed. Dave?
Yes.
Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
Yeah.
Mike?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Staff, can I get a report for the after fact number 2?
All in the affirmative, so you can grant.
Okay, can I get a motion to grant the after the fact number 2?
I'll make that motion.
Mike made a motion. Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Dave. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say aye. All right, moving on to number 3. After the fact, number 3 is a 108 square foot covered structure located on a deck 0 feet to a residential building, 13 feet from the top of a bluff and partially in the bluff impact zone. All right, number 1, is the proposed use allowed in which the subject property is located, yes or no?
Madam Chair, could I get clarification? So this structure
Is the gazebo.
is considered, it has to be 10 feet from the house. Accessory building. Yeah, okay. Right, yeah. Just want to clarify. Thanks.
When was that added again? I got so many dates in my head right now.
2010?
Sometime between 2000 or 1999 and 2018, but not, by a previous owner.
Okay, I'm sorry. Number 1, is the proposed use allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located? Yes, it's allowed in R1. Dave?
Yes.
Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
Yeah.
Mike?
Yes.
John? George?
Yes.
Number 2, is the variance in harmony with the general purpose and the intent of the official control? Yes or no? George?
I'm going to say no. It doesn't comply with the distance requirement, and it can, since it's not attached to the house, it can be easily corrected.
Okay, John?
Go no, and I agree with George's findings there, reasonings.
Mike?
No.
I'm also a no. Rob?
No.
Barry?
No.
Dave?
No, for reasons stated.
Okay, number 3, is the variance request consistent with the comprehensive plan? State specifically which goals or objectives are met or not met by record. Rob?
I'm not ready.
Okay. Dave?
I'm still looking, I'm sorry.
Keep in mind, this is a covered structure located on a deck. Rob?
Madam Chair, I'm gonna go back to the nature goals. Say no,
Number
being that it's in the, close to the top of the bluff and in the bluff impact zone.
I'm also a no. I do agree with Rob on that one for the exact same reason. Mike?
I'm a yes.
Do you have a reason?
We need the shade.
Okay. John?
I'm a no. It don't meet the setback for the accessory structure.
George?
No.
Dave?
No, yeah, but they have to go with the setback. It's just,
Barry?
No, setback.
Number 4, is the property owner proposing to use the property in a reasonable manner not permitted by an official control? I'm gonna say yes, it's reasonable to want a gazebo on for shade coverage. So I'm a yes. Mike?
I'm a yes.
John?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Barry?
Yes.
Dave?
yes.
Number 5, is the plight of the landowner due to circumstances unique to the property not created by the landowner? George?
I'm gonna say no, it's not, this structure is not unique to the property by any means and, was put on, it can be taken away.
Okay. John?
I'm going to say yes. It was not created by the landowner.
Okay. Mike?
I'm a yes as well. If it existed.
I'm gonna circle back on me. Rob?
I'm gonna say no, we're back to that. When you buy the property, you're responsible for it. You can't blame someone else. You own the problem. So they didn't actually build it, but they own it. So, no.
Barry?
I'm a no.
Dave?
I'm a yes. I don't know what can be done to mitigate these situations where people buy things assuming everything is
Homework.
well. Okay. How's that happen? The mechanics of it. Where do they go? Who do they talk to? Who's the realtor talking to? Are they talking to anybody? They're not. That's that's where I struggle.
Well, I look at a first-time home buyer with everything, so I am a yes. So, number 6, will the variance maintain the essential character of the locality? Yes or no? George?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. Rob?
Yes, it's been there a while.
Barry?
Yes.
And Dave?
Yes.
Number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic consideration, yes or no? I'm gonna say yes, economics not discussed. George?
Yes.
John? Mike?
Yes, for your reason.
Rob?
Yeah.
Barry?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Staff results, please.
Madam Chair, 2 were answered in the negative, number 2 and 3. Therefore, you cannot grant.
Can I get a motion to deny the after-fact number 3?
Madam Chair, I'll put, motion to deny.
George made a motion. Can I get a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Mike. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Say aye. All right, moving on to number 4. Number 4 is a 132 square foot landing. And number 4 on the map, can you show the picture too?
Well, that's just concrete on grade, right?
Actually, if it's wood decking, it's probably 2 separate.
There we go.
Okay, so that's item number 4 on the map. All right,
That was built after the erosion.
this is an after the fact. All right. right, number 1, is the proposed use allowed in zoning district in which the subject property is located? I am a yes, that is R1. Landings are allowed. George,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Barry,
Yes.
Dave.
Yes.
Number 2, is the variance in harmony with the general purpose and the intent of the official controls? Yes or no? These were constructed prior to 2010, correct? Okay, so I do believe that if this was constructed back in 1984, that might have been ideally what should have been done then. So I'm a yes. George?
I'm a no. It's oversized and it can be corrected.
Okay. John?
I'm a yes. I'm uncertain, 2010 is, prior to 2010 is pretty vague. We don't know when it was and I don't, yeah, uncertain what the official control would have been at that time. So I'm a yes.
Okay. Mike?
I'm a yes.
Rob?
No.
Barry?
I'm a yes.
Dave?
I'm a yes.
Okay. Number 3, is the variance request consistent with the comprehensive plan, yes or no? I'm gonna let everyone take a minute to look.
Madam Chair, I'm going to say no under nature goals. Again, number 1, preserve, restore, protect natural systems. I realize that it's there already, but it's our chance to restore. And also water resource policies, number 1, adhere to adopted plans and regulations that maintain, restore, and enhance the county's water resources.
Okay, I'm gonna have to disagree with you there, Rob, because, you know, this was restored back in 1984, so there's drain fields and all that, and I do believe that at that time, that was the best approach for this. Sometimes I feel like if we're gonna mess with things, we might make things a little bit worse. So I'm a yes. George?
I'm a no. I mean, the question is not what the rules were back then. The question for me is, can we take steps to correct the situation, to bring it into specs as it is today?
But if we make corrections, what are we gonna dig up doing that? The unknown.
You can repair what you dig up.
It wouldn't make any difference.
We'd be abiding by what the rules say today, which, in my mind, that's part of this board's responsibility. You all might disagree, but I'm stating what I believe.
Okay. John?
I'm a yes. I'm in agreement too that it's a stable structure right now, and I think you risk more erosion by disturbing it then.
Mike? Rob answered. Barry?
I'm a yes. I think it was, corrective action. They've been good stewards of trying to keep the erosion in check, and you buy a lake property, you want access to the lake, you have to get down there somehow. If you remove the steps.
No,
Not
they're not
ju- it's just the
moving the
landing,
steps.
not
That
the
was a landing.
steps.
But you still have the safety of, having a landing down the lake like a dock.
But you can have 32 square feet. 4 by 8 is what's allowed. And this was how much?
How big was this, Jamie?
This was a lot.
132 square feet.
Yeah, I still agree with my answer.
I'm still a yes. Is it a deck or is it a dock down there?
It's actually 3 separate pieces of a landing. That's where they had the.
You can't
the
just take
shed
that landing out and then what?
No, you could take 2 of the 3 pieces. You just said it's 3 pieces.
I just sometimes, it's like ripping a bathroom apart. You never know what you're gonna find out. So, moving on, Dave.
So if we deny this, and I don't know if they would want a smaller square foot, but if you said, what was it? 32?
They would be allowed 32 square feet in that area per the ordinance.
They might not be acceptable, I'm not sure, but if we deny this, how do we give them that option of going with 32?
That's
part of the compliance order that we'd have to go through a compliance.
We have a compliance
process.
agreement that was put in place to handle
You-
all
you-
of these after the
Staff,
facts.
you guys could handle that.
Yes.
Okay, if they, okay, got it, okay,
It's
good.
denied, that's our problem.
Okay.
Dave, you're the last one to vote, yes or no?
So, no.
Okay. Number 4, is the property owner proposing to use the property in a reasonable manner not permitted by an official control? State why it is reasonable for the record. George?
Yes, having a landing is a reasonable use. I'm not looking at the size right now, I'm looking at the use.
Okay. John?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
I do agree with George. I am also a yes. Rob?
I'm gonna say no, it's not reasonable to be 5 times the size you can be on a bluff.
It is reasonable if it's already existing. So, Barry?
I'm a yes.
Dave?
I'll say yes.
Number 5, is the plight of the landowner due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner? Yes or no? George?
I'm gonna say no. They could bring this into compliance, so it's up to the landowner.
John?
I'm a yes, not created by the landowner, it's existing.
I'm going to piggyback onto John's with the yes. This was done, and as far as we know, prior to 2010.
But they can remedy it.
Yeah, again, I'm a little, like I said, it's like ripping a bathroom apart. You never know what you're going to find. Mike? Rob?
No.
Barry?
I'm a yes, so you have to, there's the balance of, shoreline and all that, but the money and, to enjoy the Minnesota lakes like I'm a yes.
Okay, Dave?
Yes.
Number 6, will the variance maintain the essential character of the locality? State how the request is similar to what others have in the area, number, size, and setback. George?
I'm gonna say yes, I haven't been out there, but I would suppose that there are other stairways down to the lake with other landings, even though this is oversized.
You get him? Okay, John?
I'm a yes.
Mike?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. There are other neighbors who have the same situation. Rob?
Yeah.
Barry?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic consideration. Yes or no? I'm a yes. Economics not discussed. George?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Mike? Rob? Barry?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Staff, can I get a report?
All in the affirmative.
Can I get a motion to grant number 4 after the facts?
I'll make that motion. I'll second that.
Second by John. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, aye.
Aye.
Okay, moving on to number 5.
This is the outhouse, right?
This is the structure on top.
On top of the oversized deck.
The new shed that's being constructed, though, as Jamie just said.
Yes.
It was an outhouse at one time, according to the property owners,
But this was the new construction that they were putting up.
right here.
Number 5.
That was started but not finished, correct?
Yes.
There was one wall up, Madam Chair, members of the board.
One wall up, okay. An 80 square foot shed that is being constructed on the landing in the bluff impact zone and 43 feet to the OHI of Lake Corona's classified general development currently being built. Number 1, is the proposed use allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located? Yes or no? George?
No, it's in the bluff area. Doesn't need to be, and it could be easily corrected.
Okay. John?
No, I agree with George.
Mike? I'm also a no. Rob?
No.
Barry?
No.
Dave?
Is there any size that would be permitted? Not for
Madam
that.
Chair, members of the board, not in the bluff, no.
Yes.
No.
This is not permitted in the bluff.
No.
Number 2, is the variance in harmony with the general purpose and the intent of the official control? Yes or no? Rob?
I'm going to say no under section 10-211A, bluff impact zone. Structures and accessory facilities except stairways and landings shall not be placed within the bluff impact zone.
Barry?
I'm a no as well with the bluff impact zone.
Dave?
No, I agree with Rob.
I'm also a no. Mike?
No.
John?
No.
George?
No.
Number 3, is the variance request consistent with the comprehensive plan, yes or no? John?
No, it's not allowed in the bluff.
Okay. Mike?
No, same reason.
I'm also a no. George?
No.
Dave?
No.
Barry?
No.
Rob?
No.
Number 4, is the property owner proposing to use the property in a reasonable manner not permitted by an official control?
Madam Chair, building a structure that size on the bluff is not reasonable.
Thank you, Rob. Barry?
No.
Dave?
Again, as Rob stated, no. I agree.
Okay. I also do agree with Rob on this one. No. Mike?
No.
John?
No, same reasoning.
George?
No.
Number 5, is the plight of the landowner due to circumstances unique to the property not created by the landowner? Yes or no? George?
I'm going to say no. There's other alternatives. This does not need to be built in the bluff.
Okay. John?
No.
Mike?
No.
I'm also a no. Rob?
No, their property is no different than a lot of the neighbors, and they're the ones building it.
He created it. Barry?
No.
No.
Number 6, will the variance maintain the essential character of the locality, yes or no? Dave?
I'm gonna have to say, well, no. It's not. It's in the bluff area. It shouldn't be there. It distracts. So no.
Barry?
No, just because there's an old outhouse there parked there years ago that doesn't make a pathway for a new building.
I'm also a no, but this is one way of fixing something that would be not there anymore. Rob?
No.
Mike?
I'm a yes. Maintains the essential character.
John?
I'm kind of uncertain. I don't really know what the essential character without looking at any, so I'm gonna err on the side of caution and say yes.
Okay. George?
No.
All right, number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic considerations. Yes or no? George?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. Economics not discussed. Rob?
Yes.
Barry?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Staff, can I get a results?
Madam Chair, items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 were all answered in the negative. Therefore, you cannot grant.
Can I get a motion to deny number 5 after the fact?
I'll make that motion to deny after the fact.
Barry made a motion. Can I get a second?
I'll second it.
Second by George. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say aye. All right, we are moving on to number 6. And I ran out of paper.
That's the deck.
Number 6
Oh, wait.
is the tree.
Do you need paper?
No, never mind.
It's the one with the tree.
The one with the tree. Overlook. Yep.
That's what I have written down, and we're not doing 7, correct? Okay, so, all right, number 6 is also referred to as the overlook to them. 143 square foot deck in the bluff impact zone of the 65 feet to the OHIWL. All right. And just staff, correct me if I'm wrong, this was built in prior to 2010? Okay. All right.
And what is the square footage of that?
It was 143 square foot deck in the bluff impact zone and 65 feet to the OHWL. Number 1, is the proposed used allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located, yes or no?
Madam Chair, decks are allowed in R1.
Okay, Dave,
Yeah, I would concur with that.
Barry,
Yes.
I'm a yes, Mike,
No.
Don,
Yes.
George.
Yes.
Number 2, is the variance in harmony with the general purpose and the intent of the official control? Yes or no? I'm gonna say yes because I do believe that in 1984 that may have been what was done. I do believe that things have evolved over time and changed, so I'm a yes. George?
I'm a no. It could be corrected, and if you're worried about the tree could still be protected. So I'm a no.
John?
I'm a yes, just trying to put myself in the time frame when work was done. I believe it would be in the best intent, and
I do honestly believe that it was built in the best intent at that time. Mike?
No.
Rob?
I'm struggling with it, but I'm gonna have to say yes, because I stood there and looked at that tree, and it's holding a lot of that slope in place. And I think if you start tearing everything out around it, you're gonna damage the tree.
But you wouldn't do that on a small deck? Barry?
Yes, not if it had a tree on it.
Dave?
I'll say yes.
Okay. Number 3, is the variance request consistent when comprehensive plans state specifically which goal or objective are met or not met for the record? Give everyone a minute to look. I'm going to say yes to Lakeshore Living Policy. I do believe, number 2, I do believe the tree does protect. I do believe the roots go down. I think if you start pulling things out, I think you're going to get erosion. So that's me.
Kind of like remodeling the bathroom.
Exactly. George?
I'm going to say yes.
Okay. John?
yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Never know what you're going to answer. Rob?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Barry?
Yes, Lake Shore, number 2, I agree.
Dave?
Yes.
Okay. Number 4, is the property owner proposing to use the property in a reasonable manner not permitted by an official control? I'm going to say yes to this. I do believe that with that patio there, I think it does prevent you from rolling down. So, George?
I'm going to say no because decks are not permitted in bluffs.
Okay. John?
I'm a yes, just given the time frame when it was constructed.
Mike?
Yes.
Rob?
I'm gonna say yes, it's reasonable to have a deck, even though it's on the bluff. It's serving a purpose.
Okay. Barry?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Number 5, is the plight of the landowner due to circumstances unique to the property not created by the landowner? Rob? Barry?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Rob?
I'm gonna say yes, because, again, it's serving a purpose on the bluff. I think it's helping hold the bluff in place.
Well, I do think this is very unique to this property because, again, I'm going back to 1984. I do believe that the intent was to fix this. So I feel like if we start removing things, we're going to have issues. So, George?
Yes, but using that rationale, we could put a retaining wall all the way along that bluff. The rationale I just heard. So, yes.
But we can't do a retaining wall.
No,
But-
retaining
but
wall
I-
wouldn't have roots
I've
going
heard
down.
people say here that that's a good thing. It maintains so you don't have erosion there. If it's so great, then we should put it all along there.
If there's trees along there, I'd agree with
Yeah,
that.
okay.
But there's not.
I do agree. I see where you're coming from, George, In this specific though, this is where I stand.
If you want to just protect that tree, you think that's a big deal? Yeah, okay. I'm a yes.
To me, it is, to
I'm a yes.
protect the tree. It's allowing that deck there to protect the tree.
Yeah, okay.
If the tree wasn't there, I'd be both,
Absolutely.
I'd be with you, George.
I agree with Rob. If that tree wasn't there, I just feel like you're gonna start ripping things up, and I don't know how much erosion have you dealt with?
A lot.
Okay. John?
I'm a yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Okay, number 6. Will the variance maintain the essential character of the locality? Yes or no? Barry?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes, it's been there for 40-plus years.
Mike?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
George?
That tree is important.
I'm a yes too. Number 7. The need for the variance involves more than economic consideration. Yes, economics not discussed. Dave?
Yes, agreed.
Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Staff? Can I
All answered in the affirmative. You can grant the variance.
get a motion to grant the after effect number 6?
I'll make that motion.
Motion made by Mike. Can I get a
I'll
second?
second.
Second by Dave. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say aye. All right.
Last but not least.
Now we're moving on to number 8, the new. Yes.
Okay.
So number 8 is new. It's to construct a 1,074 square foot attached garage dwelling addition, 13 feet to a septic soil treatment area. All right. Number 1, the proposed use is allowed in zoning districts in which the subject property is located. Yes or no? Rob?
Yes. R1.
Barry?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes, garage is allowed.
I'm also a yes. Mike?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Number 2, the variance will be in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the official control. I'm a no. I don't believe that it would be. Rob?
I'm going to say no. Intent and purpose of everything is to access
Well,
and
I,
not interfere with the septic.
yep. Barry?
I'm a yes because when I made my visit, I don't know who it was, but they came up, they wanted to know what I was doing, and they were quick to point out that they were excited to see that garage being moved so everything would be in kind of harmony with as you enter the neighborhood.
Dave?
We are talking about
The new.
I'm yes, it's outside the bluff zone, it's on the backside away from the lake, I'm yes.
George?
I'm going to say yes. I think it's not on top of the septic, and it can still be serviced, so I'm a yes.
John?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Number 3, the variance will be consistent with the comprehensive plan, yes or no? Everyone take a minute to look.
Can I ask the applicant a question?
Absolutely.
On the schematic there, on the blueprint, the blue is what? The new house? The new addition?
Proposed addition.
Okay. What prevents you from coming down 7 feet? It's gonna be attached to your house.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, where,
And there's living space and then the garage and the driveway.
right,
That's all.
so, again, maybe it's not that the lot's too narrow, but your plan is too wide.
The house is connected to it's on the same line as the existing house.
Okay. But what's the vertical jog there? That one.
This right here is like
3, the variance will be consistent with the comprehensive plan, yes or no? Whoever would like to go first.
I'm going to say yes by Lakeshore Living Policies 8, bullet number 2, the project maintains the neighborhood's residential character, etc.
John?
Yes.
Mike? I'm gonna add on to Lakeshore Living, wait, George, you said number 8, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, never mind, I'm a yes. Rob?
Yeah.
Barry?
Yes, 8, bullet number 2, I concur with that.
Dave?
That's a yes. Living goal number 3.
Number 4, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner, yes or no? Dave?
Yes, they do. I believe it's very reasonable.
Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
Yep.
I'm also a yes. I do believe that it is very reasonable to want a garage to store stuff in out of Minnesota Elements. Mike?
Yes.
John? George?
And getting rid of the old garage and putting a new one up will make it look better.
And you'll get more storage after removing the outhouse. That's already gone. Number 5, the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property not created by the landowner, yes or no?
Madam Chair, I'm going to say no. They're the ones that created the building plan.
Okay, Barry?
I'm a yes because you can be torn both ways. There is a lot of uniqueness, and you know, being maybe a first-time Lakeshore property owner, they bought something in good faith and found out there were some things that maybe needed some attention that they hadn't planned on.
Dave?
I'm gonna say yes too. The owners have clearly want to fix what's wrong, and that is to their credit.
I'm also a yes, knowing that that septic, I believe, is accessible. Mike?
Yes, for the reasons stated.
John?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Number 6, the variance, if granted, maintains the essential character of the locality, yes or no? I'm gonna say yes. I do believe other homes in the area do have garages on them. Dave?
Yes.
Barry?
When the neighbors tell you yes, it's a yes.
Rob?
Yeah.
Mike? John? George?
Yes.
And number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic consideration, yes or no? I'm gonna say yes, economics not discussed. Dave?
Yes.
Barry?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Mike? John? George? Staff, can I get a report?
Affirmative.
Can I get a motion to grant the,
I'll make that motion.
Mike made a motion for number 8. Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Barry, third by George. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say aye. Motion granted. You guys, I know there's lots there. Please talk to staff. Thank you for your time tonight. Good luck with everything.
But we don't have to deal with the other one, being that they gotta tear the garage out, move the garage out of the way.
Should that be a
to
condition?
make the new one, right?
Well, they're already moving.
7 is taken care of.
7 is taken care of. They're taking that out already.
With the approval, because we talked about that at the beginning. If we didn't approve the new garage, they'd keep the old garage.
Yeah, right. So they're either moving it or tearing it down.
Right. Yep.
Okay, are there any amendments or corrections to the minutes from the previous meeting?
I move to approve.
Okay, I got a motion to approve the minutes. Can I get a second?
I'll second it.
All, second by Mike. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved. Yes.
Oh, God, stop. Okay,
Perkins?
motion made by John to adjourn the meeting. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by George. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Next meeting date is July 10th, 2025.
I'll thank you guys, and I'm pouring a cold one in Wisconsin.
Oh my God, I gotta work tomorrow.
We'll
You too.
were we? I just did that. They told me wait a couple months. They just